Welcome to the Cursed Hour, where every whisper in the dark, every creak in the floor, might be something watching threes. If you found this channel, you're already part of the curse. The Phantom Van. On the sidewalk. On a quiet sidewalk in San Diego, my sisters and I raced our scooters, unaware that a mysterious van was circling us. Its slow, deliberate passes sending a chill down my spine as I realized we were being watched. When it stopped beside my little sister, its doors a heartbeat away from opening, I stood frozen, gripped by the terror that I might lose her to an unseen force, a moment that would haunt me for years. My family was in San Diego, visiting my grandparents. They live inland in a quiet neighborhood, a seemingly safe haven, where the echoes of the past whispered a truth I couldn't yet grasp. The neighborhood where my grandparents lived was a peaceful enclave, its tree-lined streets a stark contrast to the bustling city beyond, a place where the days felt endless and carefree, perfect for childhood adventures. As we were racing our scooters down the sidewalk in front of the house, my little sister, my big sister and I, all girls, laughing as we took turns speeding down the pavement. The wind in our hair, the joy of the race, a simple pleasure that filled the air with our giggles. Our parents were inside, their voices a distant hum as they caught up with my grandparents, leaving us to our play. The sidewalk, our racetrack, the world around us, a bubble of innocence. My little sister, my big sister and I, all girls, our parents were inside the safety of their presence. A comforting thought, though they were unaware of the shadow that was about to descend upon us. As we raced, a van appeared on the road, its slow approach unremarkable. At first, just another vehicle passing through the quiet neighborhood, its presence barely registering in our minds. A band came down the road at some point, and we initially thought nothing of it. Its passage, a fleeting moment in our game, a minor interruption to our laughter, but the van didn't disappear. It returned, circling back every few minutes, its deliberate pace a stark contrast to the carefree rhythm of our play. Its repeated appearances drawing my attention as unease began to settle in my chest. The van kept coming back. It would pass again. And after a short amount of time, we noticed it. The pattern undeniable, the way it slowed as it passed us. A silent signal that whoever was inside was watching their focus on us. A weight I couldn't ignore. I became hyper-aware, my senses sharpened by a growing sense of danger. The van's movements too purposeful to dismiss. As coincidence, its driver's intent clear in the way it lingered its speed, a crawl as it tracked our every move. The van would take its time passing, slowing down. It was clear that whoever was driving was paying close attention to us, my instincts screaming that something was wrong, that we were no longer safe in this familiar space. My protective instincts kicking in as I kept a close eye on my sisters, especially my little sister. The youngest and most vulnerable among us. I was on guard. By this point, my heart racing with a mix of fear and determination, ready to act. If the threat I sensed became real, the quiet neighborhood now a stage for a drama I couldn't yet understand. The tension escalated as my little sister took her turn on the scooter, her small figure speeding down the sidewalk, her laughter a bright note in the fading light, unaware of the danger that loomed closer with each passing moment. My baby sister takes her turn, scootering down the sidewalk. Her joy, a stark contrast to the growing dread in my chest. The van reappearing like a specter, its slow crawl a menacing shadow that matched her pace. The van passes again and comes from a crawl directly beside her. Its deliberate movement chilling the vehicle, stopping right beside her as she slowed down the air, thick with the threat of what might happen next. My big sister and I screamed for her to come back. Our voices a desperate plea as fear rooted us to the spot. The horrifying thought of her being taken, flashing through my mind. It stops next to my little sister as she's slowing down. My big sister and I are screaming for her to come back. Our shouts echoing in the quiet street. My body paralyzed with terror as I braced for the worst, certain I was about to witness a nightmare unfold. Miraculously, my little sister turned around, her scooter wobbling as she sped past the van's doors, narrowly escaping the danger that seemed so imminent, her small frame a blur as she raced back to us. I genuinely thought I was about to watch her be snatched up, but luckily she turned around and scooted past the doors of the van. The relief a fleeting wave as I ran to meet her, pulling her into my arms, my heart pounding with the fear of what could have been. The van's driver sped off its tires, screeching as it disappeared around the corner. But I knew it wasn't gone for good. Its retreat, a temporary reprieve. I ran up to meet her. The driver left quickly, presumably to circle back around, and they did the van's return, a confirmation of its intent. A predator circling its prey, waiting for another chance to strike. My big sister. Her face pale with fear had run inside to alert our mom, who emerged from the house with a fierceness that only a mother could muster. Her presence, a shield against the danger that lingered in the air. My older sister had gone inside to alert my mother, who promptly came out, her voice sharp as she called us to her, her eyes scanning the street for the threat we'd described. We huddled on the steps of my grandparents' house, our scooters forgotten, the van reappearing at the corner. Its slow approach a taunting reminder of the fear it had instilled. We sat on the steps in front of my grandparents' house waiting. The van came around the corner, and once they saw my mum, he sped off down the road so fast. The driver accelerating the moment he saw our mom, the van vanishing down the street before we could catch its license plate. A missed opportunity. We'd regret as the reality of what had happened sank in. We didn't get the license plate number, which we immediately regretted. The absence of that detail, a lingering frustration, a piece of the puzzle we'd never solve. Years later, the memory of that day remains vivid. The terror I felt as I watched my little sister beside that van. A scar that time hasn't erased, the image of those moments as clear as if they'd happened yesterday. I'll never forget that experience, and the sheer terror I felt, the fear of losing her. A weight that still lingers, a reminder of how quickly innocence can be shattered. But as I've grown older, I've begun to see the van in a different light, wondering if its presence was truly malevolent or something else entirely. A lonely spirit. Perhaps a child seeking companionship in a world it no longer belonged to. I don't know if it was evil at all. It just wanted to play. It seemed and seemed. Perhaps lonely. I think it could have been perhaps the spirit of a child itself. A thought that softens the edges of that terrifying day. A whisper of the supernatural that makes me question the boundaries between the living and the lost. The shadow that poked in the night. In the stillness of my childhood bedroom, a sudden poke in the night jolted me awake, revealing a small, dark shadow that darted across the landing, a chilling presence that defied explanation and haunted my every quiet moment. Night after night, the shadow returned, its fleeting form, a mystery that neither my parents nor I could unravel, leaving me to question the boundaries between reality and the unknown. My bedroom and bed were arranged such that if I lay on my left-hand side, I could see the landing in the stairs, a vantage point that would soon become the stage for a series of eerie encounters that lingered in my memory long after I left that room. My bedroom was a cozy haven, its walls adorned with faded posters and shelves lined with toys, a space that felt safe despite its proximity to the rest of the house's nightly rhythms. My bedroom was adjacent to the bathroom and toilet, so I could see when people went up and down the stairs. The landing just outside my door, a thoroughfare for my family. Its light left on, until my parents retired for the night, casting a soft glow that illuminated the stairs and the hallway beyond. I shared the house with my younger siblings, a 4-year-old sister who had her own room down the hall, and a newborn brother who slept in my parents' bedroom, their presence a comforting constant in our bustling home. I had a 4-year-old sister too, and a newborn brother. My sister had her own bedroom, and the baby slept in my parents' bedroom. Their routines predictable. My sister always tucked in well before me, her bedtime. A quiet ritual that left the house in a gentle hush. One night as I lay in bed, the familiar creaks of the house settling around me, I turned onto my right side, facing the wall, hoping to drift into sleep. The landing lights glow, a faint comfort, through my open door. I was lying on my right-hand side, trying to go to sleep, when I felt a poke in my back. The sudden touch, a sharp jolt, that sent my heart racing. The sensation unmistakable, a deliberate, playful poke that felt too real to be a dream. I spun around, expecting to see my little sister, perhaps sneaking out of bed to play a prank. But what I saw instead was a small, dark shadow. Its form indistinct, darting out of my room across the landing and down the stairs. A fleeting silhouette that vanished into the darkness below. What I saw was a small, dark shadow run out of the room across the landing and down the stairs. The sight sending a shiver down my spine, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of what I'd seen. The shadow's movement too swift, too purposeful, to be a trick of the light. Convinced it was my sister, I stumbled out of bed, my bare feet cold against the floor, and marched downstairs to my parents. My voice trembling as I complained about her antics, wondering why she was still awake. I presumed that it was my little sister, so I went downstairs and complained to my mom and dad that she had poked me. My words a mix of frustration and fear. The thought of her sneaking around a betrayal of the night's quiet order, my mom. Her expression a mix of concern and skepticism, took my hand and led me back upstairs, guiding me to my sister's room to prove her innocence, her soft snores. A stark contrast to the chaos in my mind. My mom took me back upstairs and showed me that my little sister was still asleep in bed. The sight of her peaceful sleep, a quiet rebuke, her deep slumber, undeniable as I stood there, my heart sinking with the realization that it couldn't have been her. The shadow's presence, a mystery that refused to be solved. Determined to catch the culprit, I began sleeping on my left side facing the landing, my eyes fixed on the doorway, hoping to spot whoever, or whatever, was behind the poking the landing light, a beacon in the dark that offered a clear view of the stairs. Following nights, I tried to always lay on my left so that I could see who was poking me. My vigilance, a shield against the unknown. My heart racing with every creak and shadow. But night after night, nothing happened, the house silent, save for the usual sounds of my family's sleeps. Frustrated, I eventually returned to my usual position, lying on my right, the wall, a familiar comfort as I tried to let go of my fears, hoping the incident was a one-time anomaly. A few nights later, the poking happened again. The sharp jab in my back, a sudden shock that sent me bolting upright, my anger flaring as I leapt from bed, storming into my sister's room. My voice loud with accusation as I shouted at her to stop. Her startled cries filled the room, her screams piercing the night as she woke, tears streaming down her face. Her confusion a stark reminder of her innocence, the commotion drawing my mom's swift reprimand as she sent me back to bed. Her words a stern warning to leave my sister alone. I jumped out of bed, ran into my sister's room, and shouted at her to stop poking me. This woke her up, and she started screaming and crying. Obviously, I was told off by my mom and sent back to bed. The guilt a heavy weight as I returned to my room. My anger replaced by a creeping dread as I lay down, my eyes fixed on the doorway, the landing light casting long shadows across the floor. Then I saw it again. The small, dark shadow, its form barely discernible, slipping through the door with a slow, deliberate grace, crossing the landing and heading down the stairs, a ghostly figure that sent a chill through me. As I lay there watching the door, I saw this small, dark shadow slowly slipped through the door, crossed the landing, and head down the stairs again. The sight a haunting confirmation that what I'd experienced was real. Its movements a silent taunt in the night. The poking continued sporadically always. When I lay on my right, the shadow's presence a recurring nightmare, that I couldn't escape its fleeting form. A mystery that my parents dismissed as dreams. Their disbelief, a frustration I couldn't overcome. Every now and then, when I would lay on my right, the poking would happen again, and I'd see the shadow running away. The pattern, undeniable. The fear it instilled a constant companion in those quiet nights. A secret I kept to myself as I tried to make sense of the impossible. I tried telling my parents, but they thought that I must have been dreaming, but I knew that I wasn't. Their words a quiet dismissal that left me feeling alone with my terror. The shadow, a silent specter that haunted my childhood. The phenomenon persisted until my brother grew older and needed his own space. Prompting a reshuffling of rooms, I moved to a new bedroom in the loft. My sister took my old room and my brother took hers. The change a relief that finally ended the nightly intrusions. This continued sporadically as well, until my brother needed his own bedroom, and I moved to a new bedroom in the loft space. My sister, she moved into my old bedroom, and he moved into her old bedroom. The new arrangement, a fresh start that seemed to banish the shadow its presence tied to the room I'd left behind. Years later, at my sister's wedding reception, the past resurfaced in a way I never expected. Her speech a lighthearted recounting of how I'd tormented her by poking her in the back some nights when she slept in my old bedroom. Her words a shock that sent a chill through me. At her wedding reception, she told the story of me tormenting her by poking her in the back some nights when she was trying to go to sleep in my old bedroom. Her laughter a stark contrast to the dread that gripped me. The truth a heavy weight as I realized I'd never done such a thing. The shadow's legacy, a haunting echo that had touched her too. I have to wonder, was it the same small, dark shadow that I experienced? The question, a lingering mystery, a whisper from the past that suggested the shadow had never truly left its presence. A silent thread that wove through our lives, a mystery that would forever remain unsolved. Echoes of the burned house. In the quiet solitude of our rural home, nestled on 5 acres of land, I heard a woman's voice echoing through the halls, a haunting sound that hinted at a past we couldn't see, a mystery tied to the burned ruins hidden deep in the woods. My boyfriend's chilling encounters, a woman's laughter, a shadowy figure gliding through the kitchen, deepened the enigma, suggesting a presence that lingered in the shadows of our property. A spirit perhaps bound to the land we now called home. The house that I live in sits on 5 acres of land, a sprawling expanse in a tiny town where the whispers of history spoke through the trees and the echoes of a forgotten life refused to be silenced. Our home was a quaint wooden structure, its bones dating back to a bygone era, built with a simplicity that spoke of a time when life was slower, more connected to the land. I live in a very small town. Smaller than small, actually. I call it a micro-town, a place so small it barely qualified as a town. its sparse population scattered across a rural landscape nestled between two larger cities, a quiet retreat where the world felt far away. The 5 acres that surrounded our house were a mix of cleared land and dense woods. The forest a thick tangle of trees and underbrush that we rarely ventured into, wary of the ticks that thrived in the shadows. Only about a quarter of our land is cleared. The rest is dense woods. But we don't really go back in there often. Because of ticks, the woods a forbidden realm, a mystery that held secrets we hadn't yet uncovered. Its depths a silent witness to the passage of time. My boyfriend, more adventurous than I, had explored the entirety of the property, his curiosity leading him deep into the forest where he stumbled upon a startling discovery. The remnants of another house. Its charred remains a testament to a fire that had consumed it long ago. My boyfriend has been throughout the whole property at some point, and he came across what used to be another house deep in the woods. The ruins a haunting sight, the few surviving bricks and cement blocks, a perfect match to those in our current home. A connection that suggested a shared history. It looks as though it had burned down apparently, and all that's left is some bricks, which actually matched the bricks of our fireplace at the front porch and the cement blocks the house once sat onto, which matched the cement blocks of our house. The similarity uncanny, a clue that the original family might have rebuilt. After the fire, their legacy preserved in the land we now owned. All Fitra acres have remained as one property over the years, so the original family owned every bit that we own. Now the continuity. A silent thread tying us to the past, a history we knew little about. The lack of records, leaving the age of the burned house a mystery. The town itself was steeped in history, its roots stretching back to a time when family plots were common, a practice that made me wonder if the land we lived on held more than just the ruins of a house. Perhaps unmarked graves hidden beneath the overgrowth. Their stories lost to time. There's just really no record to my knowledge of the house that we found in the woods, so there's no telling how old it actually is. The absence of documentation, a frustrating barrier, the possibility of buried secrets, a lingering thought that haunted my quiet moments. There are no cemeteries here, which I do know that it was common to have a family plot on your own property. The lack of a formal cemetery, suggesting that any graves might be on our land. Their markers long since covered by nature, a silent presence that added a layer of mystery to our home. The paranormal entered our lives with a whisper, a subtle intrusion that began one morning as I prepared for work, the routine of my day shattered by an unexpected sound that echoed through the house. I was in the bathroom and the door open. The bathroom is at the very back of the house when I suddenly heard a woman talking, the voice clear and distinct. Its tone soft but unmistakable, coming from the direction of the living room or dining area, a space just beyond the hallway. I stepped out into the hall, my heart racing. But the voice stopped abruptly, the silence that followed heavy with an unspoken presence, leaving me to search for a logical explanation. As I stepped out into the hall, it suddenly stopped. I sort of walked around and I made sure the TV wasn't on, other computer or something, and that it wasn't my phone, which was right next to me. My efforts yielding nothing. No TV, no computer, no phone, playing a stray sound. The source of the voice, a mystery I couldn't solve, forcing me to brush it off and carry on, though. The unease lingered like a shadow. I shared the experience with my boyfriend's dad, hoping for some insight, and he revealed a chilling detail. He had once seen a shadow figure in the living room or dining area, the same place where I'd heard the woman's voice, a coincidence that sent a shiver down my spine. I did tell my boyfriend's dad about it though, and so he mentioned seeing a shadow figure in the living room or dining room area once, which is where the woman's voice I think was coming from. His words a confirmation that something lingered in our home, a presence that defied explanation. Its intentions unknown, but its presence undeniable. Then, while I was at work, my boyfriend had his own encounter alone in the office at the back of the house near the bathroom, a space that felt isolated from the rest of the home. My boyfriend was here alone in the office at the back of the house by the bathroom, and all of a sudden, he hears a woman's laughing. The sound light and airy coming from the front of the house, a laughter that filled him with unease. A skeptic who had never believed in the paranormal until that moment. Texting me immediately to share his experience, a connection to my own that deepened the mystery. The encounters continued, each one a thread in a tapestry of the unknown, culminating one evening as my boyfriend and I sat on our bed. The door opened to the kitchen. The room dimly lit by a single lamp, the house wrapped in a quiet that felt alive with secrets. We were sitting on our bed, with the door open right across from the kitchen. We had the lights off, aside from the lamp in our room, and he looked at me and said that he apparently just saw a figure walk across the kitchen toward the dining room, his voice trembling as he described the figure, a shadowy form that moved with purpose, its path the same as the woman's voice. We'd both heard a presence that seemed to inhabit the spaces we'd come to call home. I hadn't seen it myself, my experience is limited to the auditory, but the consistency of our encounters suggested something more than coincidence. A spirit that felt friendly, its actions more curious than menacing. I've personally never seen a figure myself, or anything physical, I guess you could say. But we aren't really scared, I guess. Whatever is here seems to be friendly so far. The lack of fear, a quiet acceptance of the presence, though the desire to understand its origins burned bright within me. I just wish that I knew more about the history of this property, and if I could figure that out, then maybe I could figure who this ghost is that seems to be with us. A longing to uncover the story of the woman whose voice and laughter echoed through our home. A connection to the past that felt just out of reach. A mystery that bound us to the land and its forgotten history. The false mailman's burden. In the dead of night, a knock at my door shattered the quiet of my studio apartment. A stranger's voice claiming to be the mailman. A lie that sent a chill through me as I peered through the window at the unsettling figure outside. 3. The man clutching a large black trash bag stood in the shadows of my dangerous neighborhood, his wobbling gait and hollow eyes hinting at a darkness that lingered long after he vanished into the night. I'm a male in my 20s, living alone in a studio apartment in a bad neighborhood. A setting that made the encounter all the more terrifying, a moment that would echo in the stories of my neighbors, whispering of a threat I couldn't fully grasp. My studio apartment was a small sanctuary in a neighborhood where danger lurked around every corner. Its walls thin and its windows drafty, a modest space that I called home, despite the unease that came with living in such a rough area. It was a normal weekday night. I spent it indoors playing games on my PS4, the glow of the TV. The only light in the room casting flickering shadows across the walls as I lost myself in the virtual world. The occasional puff of smoke curling around me, a quiet ritual to unwind. The night felt like any other. The streets outside silent, save for the distant hum of a city that never truly slept. The kind of silence that made every sound stand out, every creak, a potential warning in a place where safety was never guaranteed. My lights were off and only the glare of the TV lit up the room slightly. The dim illumination, a cocoon of comfort. Though it left the corners of my apartment shrouded in darkness, a vulnerability I hadn't considered until that moment. Then a sharp knock at my door broke the stillness. The sound jarring in the quiet night, a sudden intrusion that made my heart skip a beat. my first instinct to ignore it, attributing it to the game's sound effects. All of a sudden, I hear a knock at my door. I ignored it at first, thinking that it was the game, my mind rationalizing the noise, clinging to the safety of logic in a neighborhood where danger was a constant companion. But the knock came again, more insistent this time, pulling me from my denial as I paused the game. The silence that followed, heavy with anticipation. My pulse quickening as I approached the door, my steps cautious, my voice low. As I called out, "Who is it?" I quickly paused the game and went over to the door. Quietly, I look at the people and said, "Who is it?" The question a shield against the unknown. A desperate attempt to regain control in a moment that felt increasingly out of my hands. The response was as absurd as it was chilling. A man's voice, unsteady and slurred, claiming, "It's the mailman." A statement so out of place in the early hours of the morning that it sent a wave of dread through me. The lie a stark reminder of the danger that could lurk just beyond my door. The stranger responded by saying that it's the mailman. His words, a mockery of normalcy, a claim that defied reason. The idea of a mail delivery at such an hour. A clear sign that something was terribly wrong. I moved to the window beside the door, my hands trembling as I parted the shutters, just enough to see the figure outside, my breath catching as I took in the sight of a Caucasian man. His appearance disheveled, his eyes hollow and unfocused. A man who looked like he might be under the influence of something far stronger than reason. I go over to my window next to the door to get a better look at this person there. Obviously a no mailman that deliver the truth undeniable. As I watched him, his presence, a threat that loomed in the dim light, a danger I couldn't ignore in the heart of my troubled neighborhood. As I peered through the shutters, my eyes narrowed on the man, his gaunt frame illuminated by the faint streetlight. His movements unsteady, as if the weight of his own body was too much to bear. A sight that confirmed my worst fears. I saw a Caucasian man that looks like maybe he was on drugs or something. His appearance, a stark contrast to the image of a mailman. His hollow cheeks and jittery demeanor suggesting a struggle far darker than a late-night delivery. A man who had no business standing at my door. My gaze dropped to his side, where he clutched a large black trash bag, its contents bulging the bag's weight, evident in the way he dragged it, a sinister detail that sent a shiver down my spine. He was also hiding a large black trash bag that looks like it was full, the bag. A mystery that fueled my growing panic, its presence a silent question. What could be inside? And why was he here at my door in the dead of night? Anger surged within me, a protective instinct that overrode my fear. My voice rising as I shouted through the window, my words sharp with defiance. "You're not the mailman! Get away from me!" I yelled at him, and anger through the window. "You're not the mailman. Get away from me," my voice a barrier between us, a desperate attempt to reclaim the safety of my small space, to drive away the threat that stood just beyond the glass. The man didn't react at first, his gaze unfocused, as if he hadn't even noticed me watching him, his stillness, a chilling contrast to the urgency in my voice, a moment of eerie calm that made my skin crawl. He sort of stood there for a moment, not even noticed that I'm looking right at him. His lack of response, a haunting pause, a void where fear should have been his detachment, a sign of something deeply wrong. Then, slowly, he began to move his steps, wobbling as he turned away, dragging the heavy trash bag behind him. Its contents, a mystery that weighed on my mind as he disappeared into the night. He sort of continues to wobble away, slowly dragging his heavy trash bag, of who knows what, away with him the sight. a lingering image that haunted me. The bag's bulk, a silent testament to the danger I'd narrowly escaped its contents. A question I'd never answer. I didn't report the incident. The adrenaline fading into a quiet unease, the decision to let it go, a mix of fear and uncertainty, the man's departure, a relief that came with a lingering dread, a shadow that didn't fully dissipate. I didn't report the incident, and I never saw the creep again. His absence, a small mercy, though the memory of that night remained a scar, a reminder of the fragility of safety in a neighborhood where danger was never far away. Later, I heard whispers from others in the neighborhood stories that echoed my own experience. Tales of a man with a trash bag, a figure who appeared in the night, his intentions as murky as the shadows he inhabited, a shared fear that bound us in silent understanding. I heard some creepy stories from others around the neighborhood that seemed to align with my experience, their words a confirmation of the darkness. I'd sensed a collective unease that spoke of a threat we couldn't name, a man whose presence felt like a warning. Something about him had screamed danger. An instinct I couldn't shake, a gut feeling that told me he was up to no good. A shadow in the night, whose true intentions would forever remain a mystery, a haunting echo in the story of my life. I don't know. Something about that guy just told me that he was up to no good. A lingering certainty that stayed with me, a whisper of fear that echoed through the years. A reminder of the night I faced the false mailman and the unknown burden he carried. Whispers in the empty dorm. Alone in a sprawling university dorm, I heard doors creak open and shut in the dead of night. The echoes of an unseen presence haunting the empty halls, a chilling prelude to the week that would unravel my sense of reality. From groaning sounds to nails scratching at my door, the dorm whispered its secrets each night, revealing a new layer of the supernatural, a mystery tied to a tragic past I'd yet to uncover. I just enrolled at my university as a mature student, stepping into a world where the shadows held more than just memories, a place where the echoes of the past refused to stay silent. I had entered university later than most, a mature student eager to start anew, my age setting me apart from the typical freshman. A distinction that granted me early access to my dorm, a towering 7-story building that stood eerily silent in the days before the semester began. I was allowed to enter my dorms a week before the rest of the students would arrive, the privilege a double-edged sword offering solitude, but also an unsettling isolation. The entire apartment block, mine alone for a week, its 7 floors and countless rooms, a labyrinth of empty spaces. My room was on the top floor, a small sanctuary amidst the vastness, its windows overlooking the quiet campus. The silence, a stark contrast to the bustle I knew would soon arrive. That was basically the only person staying in the entire apartment block for the week, 7 floors, and probably over 100 rooms. And I lived on the 7th floor. The weight of that solitude, a quiet pressure, the empty halls, a canvas for my imagination to paint with both wonder and dread. The first day was a whirlwind of new beginnings, a Head Start program for mature students like me, a chance to ease back into education with icebreakers and introductions. The camaraderie, a welcome distraction from the loneliness of my dorm. I was part of a Head Start program for the mature students getting back into education, the day filled with laughter and connection. My fellow students, a diverse group, who shared the same mix of excitement and apprehension, our bonds forming quickly over shared stories and hopes. As evening fell, I parted ways with my new friends. Their dorms scattered across campus, leaving me to return to my block alone. the absence of their warmth. A quiet ache as I stepped into the silent building. The evening comes, and I'm leaving everyone and heading back to the block. None of the friends that I had met earlier in the day lived in my block. The solitude, a stark reminder of my isolation. The block's emptiness, a weight that settled over me as I unlocked my door. The silence within a stark contrast to the day's laughter. I settled into my routine, the familiar comfort of routine, grounding me as I popped a pizza into the oven. The hum of the appliance, a soft companion. As I retreated to my room, sinking into bed with my laptop, the glow of the screen, a beacon in the dim light. I get back, put a pizza in the oven, and just hop into bed and start watching a random stuff on my laptop. The mundane act, a shield against the quiet, the flickering images, a distraction from the vast emptiness around me. But the peace was short-lived. Soon after, I heard the unmistakable sound of the flat's doors opening and closing, the noise sharp and distinct, a sign of life in a place I knew was empty, sparking a flicker of excitement at the thought of a new flatmate. I hear the doors of my flat open and close, and I think, yes, I've got a flatmate now. The possibility. A thrill that sent me rushing out of bed. My door swinging open as I stepped into the hallway, eager to greet the newcomer, only to find the space as empty as I'd left it. The silence, a haunting rebuke to my hopes. The hallway stretched out before me, its emptiness a stark contrast to the sound I'd heard. The doors to the other rooms closed, the kitchen dark, the entire flat a void, where life should have been, leaving me to question my own senses. As I look out from my room into the hallway, there's nothing. No one, in fact. I look either side of the hallway before leaving the room, and it's completely empty. The absence a puzzle that gnawed at me. My extroverted nature urging me to investigate, to find the source of the noise that had shattered the silence. I knocked on each door in the flat, my optimism driving me to check every room, the 10+ spaces, and the kitchen. A silent testament to my solitude. Each unanswered knock, a confirmation of what I already knew. I was alone, me being the extrovert that I am. Though I proceed to knock on all the doors on my flat, one by one, and there were 10+ rooms and a kitchen as well. And after knocking on all the doors and getting no answer, the lack of response, a quiet defeat forcing me to dismiss the sound as a trick of the mind. Perhaps the oven's hum or a creak of the old building, settling a rationalization that allowed me to return to my pizza and the comfort of my laptop. The night ending in uneasy sleep. The next day dawned with a burst of energy. My excitement for the new chapter in my life undimmed the solitude of the flat, an opportunity to indulge in a playful rebellion, a mini football in hand, as I decided to make the most of my temporary freedom. I have a mini football that I brought with me, and since I'm the only person in the flat, I figured that I'm just gonna go kick this ball around. The act, a childish joy. The ball bouncing off walls, ceilings, the oven and the fridge, its small size. Ensuring no damage, a carefree moment that filled the flat with the sound of my laughter. I immerse myself into smacking this football around the entire flat, off the walls, ceilings, against the oven, fridge. Anything really. Plus, it was small, so it wouldn't cause any damage. The noise, a defiance of the silence, a celebration of having the space to myself before the inevitable arrival of flatmates who might complain. A freedom I cherished in those early days. After my playful romp, I headed to my introduction sessions. The day filled with new connections, including a friend named George, whose easy camaraderie made the campus feel like home. Though the evening brought me back to the solitude of my block. A quiet dinner in the kitchen, a prelude to another night alone That night, as I settled into my room, the late hours stretching before me, my night owl tendencies keeping me awake, the flat silence was broken by a new sound, groaning in the hallway, the noise low and unsteady, like someone stumbling after a night of heavy drinking. I start to hear groaning in the hallway outside of my room. It sounds a bit like somebody who has had too much to drink and is sort of stumbling to their room. The sound jarring in the stillness, prompting me to open my door, expecting to find a new flatmate in need of help. But the hallway was empty once more, the absence a haunting echo of the previous night. I opened the door, but again there's nothing, and no one there. The emptiness, a puzzle that deepened my unease, my mind racing as I returned to bed. The quiet shattered again by the sound of nails scratching at my door, a chilling noise that sent my heart racing, urging me to investigate once more. I distinctly hear the sounds of like nails scratching on the outside of my door, the sound too real to dismiss a call to action that sent me rushing out only to find the hallway empty again. The speed of my response leaving no time for anyone to disappear, a mystery that repeated itself throughout the night each incident, a whisper of the unknown that left me exhausted and unsettled. The strange occurrences persisted, each day adding a new layer to the mystery, the third day marked by an odd detail that I couldn't ignore. The mini football I'd been kicking around the flat always ended up under my bed in the far corner. No matter where I left it the night before, a pattern that defied logic in a space I knew was empty. Something that I did notice is that it was strange how my football that I was kicking around the flat would always end up under my bed in the far corner, no matter where I left it the night before the anomaly. A quiet puzzle. My initial thought that the floor might be uneven. A comforting explanation, though. I later learned it wasn't true. The football's movement, a hint of something more at play. The fourth day followed the same routine. Sessions, new friends, and a return to the dorm, the night stretching late as I found myself hungry. Stepping out to the kitchen, the door to my room right beside it. The darkness of the flat, a familiar companion. I open my door, which is right next to the kitchen, and as I'm about to enter and turn the light on, I hear, "Hey, clear as day." The voice vivid, so clear, I pictured my friend George's face. The sound a startling intrusion that sent goosebumps racing across my skin. A moment of connection that vanished when I turned to find the hallway empty once more. The absence, a haunting reminder of the flat's secrets. By the fifth day, I was convinced I had a flatmate. I hadn't met my extroverted nature, driving me to knock on every door again, seeking the source of the disturbances. But the silence that greeted me was a stark confirmation of my solitude. The day ending with a late-night social gathering on campus. A welcome distraction from the eerie quiet of the dorm. I reckon to myself that I do have a flatmate, and I just haven't met them yet. So when I get up, I knock on all the doors again. But there's definitely no answer. The lack of response. A quiet defeat, my hope fading as I return to the block. The elevator ride to my floor, a routine I'd come to expect. Its mirrored walls reflecting my tired expression. The female voice announcing my floor, a familiar comfort. Until it wasn't. I open the door to my block with my keycard and walk over to the elevator. I normally press 7th floor, and when it arrives, there's this little pleasant sort of jingle female voice that says 7th floor. The routine disrupted when a male voice replaced the familiar female one. The change so startling, my eyes widened in shock. A moment of doubt that sent me testing the floors, only to find the female voice return the anomaly. A whisper of the supernatural that lingered in my mind. Instead of the female voice coming out of the lift, it was a male voice. The shift. A chilling reminder of the flat secrets, a puzzle I couldn't solve as I retreated to my room, the night ending in uneasy sleep. The sixth day offered a brief respite. The football's persistent movement under my bed, the only oddity, a quiet day spent exploring the empty block floor by floor, searching for signs of life, but finding none. A calm before the storm that broke on the seventh day. I spent the time going floor to floor and just looking at the empty block to see if anyone at all had moved in. But from what I could see, no. The solitude. A constant until the sound of voices outside my window pulled me from bed. New flatmates arriving at last. Their chatter, a welcome break from the eerie silence. I wake up to the sound of people chatting outside the entrance to my block. I jump out of bed and look out the window. You know it. Overlook the entrance and finally some flatmates. I thought my excitement driving me to greet them. Their conversation turning to ghosts and the paranormal, a revelation that our campus was the most haunted in the UK, with a tragic history tied to my block. A student who had ended his life on the 6th floor, a story confirmed by an online article that left me reeling. The week's events suddenly cast in a haunting new light. One of them tells me our campus is haunted. This is apparently the most haunted campus in the UK, and that someone had apparently ended their lives in the block that I had just been staying alone in for a week. The truth, a chilling backdrop to my experiences, a connection to the cemetery across the street that deepened the mystery, a legacy of the supernatural that would follow me through the year, a haunting presence in a dorm that never truly felt empty. The night the door was unlocked, in the stillness of a southern New Mexico night, my sister awoke to the sound of her toilet flushing, a chilling breach of security in a home she thought was locked tight, her heart racing as she faced the unknown intruder. What she found was not a stranger, but our father. His unexpected presence, a relief overshadowed by the mystery of an unlocked back door, a lapse that could have invited far darker consequences. My sister always looks at doors. She got a job after college. In the Washington, D.C. area. Big city. A journey that shaped her cautious habits. Habits that would be tested in a moment that left us both questioning the fragility of safety. My sister had always been the cautious type, her habits forged in the crucible of a bustling city where danger was a constant companion. Her time in Washington, D.C., a formative chapter that taught her the importance of vigilance. She lived alone with a catch. She obviously kept her apartment doors locked. She kept her car doors locked. She locked the windows, locked everything, in fact, her life, a fortress of locked doors and windows, a response to the chaos of the city, the tension of those years, a weight that lingered long after she left. The stress of urban life eventually became too much, the constant noise and pressure driving her to seek a quieter existence, a journey that took her to our paternal grandparents' home in southern New Mexico, a place of calm, where she could breathe again, getting tired of the big city stress. She bounced around a bit before settling in with our paternal grandparents in southern New Mexico. The move a balm for her weary soul, a chance to care for our grandmother, whose failing eyesight required more attention. Her days filled with cleaning errands and the search for a new beginning. In time, she found her footing, a good job nearby, providing the stability she needed to purchase her first home, a modest house that became her sanctuary. Though she continued to visit our grandparents on weekends, her loyalty a testament to the family bonds that held us together. After she found a good job nearby, she was able to purchase her first home. She still held the grandparents on the weekends. Her routine, a balance of independence and duty. Her new life enriched by the addition of a little dog, a companion to her 2 cats. Their presence, a comfort in her quiet home. My sister got herself a little dog to go along with the 2 cats. The trio, a small family that filled her days with warmth. The dog's evening walks, a ritual that marked the end of her day, a moment of peace before she locked up for the night. Her habits of vigilance as ingrained as ever. Like I said, she always locked up the act. A second nature, a shield against the uncertainties of the world, a practice that had kept her safe through years of city living, a habit she carried into her new life in the rural South. One evening, after taking the dog out for its nightly routine, she headed to bed. The house settling into its familiar silence, the night wrapping around her like a blanket. Her sleep deep and undisturbed until a sound shattered the quiet. A toilet flushing in the early hours, a noise so out of place it jolted her awake, her heart pounding with the realization that someone was in her home. One night after taking the dog out for this vinning piddle, she looked up and went to bed the routine. A comforting end to her day. The sound of the toilet, a stark intrusion, a breach of the security she'd so carefully maintained. Her mind racing with the implications of an unlocked door. She slept deeply until the early morning hours of dark 30, when she heard her toilet flush, the noise a call to action. Her instincts kicking in as she threw off her blankets, her body moving before her mind could catch up the fear of an intruder. A heavy weight as she stumbled into the unknown. The sound of the toilet flushing echoed through the house, a chilling reminder of the vulnerability she'd never anticipated, her habit of locking every door a fortress that had been breached. The realization sending a wave of anxiety through her as she stumbled out of bed, unarmed and unprepared. Being such a locker of doors, she was unprepared for an actual breach of security. The irony, a bitter pill, her years of vigilance undone by a single lapse. The thought of facing an intruder, a terrifying prospect that propelled her forward, her heart pounding as she moved toward the kitchen. She stepped into the dimly lit space, her breath shallow, her eyes darting for any sign of the intruder, her voice trembling as she called out, "Dad, is that you?" A desperate hope that the figure before her was someone familiar, someone safe, rather than the stranger she feared. Kicking her blankets off, she stumbled stupidly in, with much anxiety into the kitchen, to face her intrude. Her unarmed, a 6-foot-tall, 250-pound male, she said, "Huh, Dad? Is that you?" The words a lifeline, her relief palpable. When the man responded, his voice familiar, a balm to her frayed nerves as he explained his unexpected presence. It was indeed our dad. His towering frame, a comforting sight in the midst of her fear. His explanation, a mix of apology and practicality. He'd been helping with our grandparents' move, hoping to load their furniture into a moving truck. But the late hour had left him needing a place to rest before the long drive home. He said, "Sorry. I was hoping to load up Grandma and Grandpa's furniture into the moving truck. I got done late and needed a motel before the long drive home. But I thought that I'd see if you were still up. Your lights were out. But the back door was open, so I slept on the couch," his words. A quiet confession. The open back door. A detail that sent a shiver down her spine. A lapse she couldn't explain, the thought of what could have been a haunting echo in the stillness of the night. The little dog, her supposed guardian, let out a soft whimper, its confused expression a mirror to her own disbelief, her scolding a mix of frustration and relief as she realized her pets had failed to alert her to the intrusion. The little dog whimpered a bit. My sister looked down at the confused face and said, You're the dog. You're supposed to tell me about these things." The two cats already knew who Dad was, and probably just shuffled behind the dog's back. The cat's familiarity with our dad. A quiet betrayal. Their indifference a contrast to the dog's uncertainty. A moment of levity in the wake of her fear. The incident left a lasting mark. The mystery of the unlocked back door. A question that lingered through the years, a puzzle we could never solve. The thought of how it happened, a quiet dread that haunted her. long after that night. In all of these years, we've never figured out exactly how the back door got left open that one night. The anomaly, a source of unease, a reminder of the fragility of safety, the possibility that it could have been a stranger, a chilling thought that reshaped her habits. The fear of what might have been drove her to lock her doors with a renewed vigilance, a ritual that extended to my own life. Her caution, a lesson I carried forward, a shared understanding of the dangers that could lurk behind an unlocked door. The thought that it could have been a stranger is creepy enough to keep her locking her doors religiously. And my doors too. The incident, a turning point, a moment that bound us in a shared resolve, a haunting reminder of the night my sister faced an intruder who turned out to be family, but could so easily have been something far darker, a shadow that lingered in our minds, a lesson etched in the quiet of that southern New Mexico night. The shadow in the hotel hall, during a family vacation at a bustling resort in Turkey, a seemingly innocent trip to retrieve my jacket, turned into a nightmare as a man's unsettling presence followed me down the hotel corridor, his steps too close for comfort. The terror escalated when the hotel phone rang a male voice on the line, whispering chilling words about my appearance, revealing he'd watched me enter my room, a violation that left me trembling with fear. I was staying in a family resort in Turkey with my parents and sister. A trip meant for relaxation, but one that would leave a lasting mark on my sense of safety in the most unexpected of places. The resort in Turkey was a sprawling oasis of luxury, its palm-lined paths and sparkling pools, a haven for families seeking a break from the everyday. A place where my parents, sister, and I had come to unwind, the warm air, filled with the scent of the sea and the laughter of other guests. I wanted to go upstairs to our hotel room to get my jacket, a simple errand after a hearty dinner, the evening air cooler. Then expected, prompting me to leave my family at the restaurant and head back to our room on one of the upper floors, the hotel's grand lobby. A blur as I made my way to the elevator. The ride up was quiet at first, the mirrored walls reflecting my own anticipation. But the moment another guest stepped in, the atmosphere shifted his presence, sending a ripple of unease through me, his gaze lingering in a way that felt wrong. Though I tried to dismiss it as nerves, the guy that entered the elevator with me was already giving me some weird vibes, but I shook it off. His silent intensity, a stark contrast to the cheerful chatter of the resort. My instincts prickling as the elevator hummed upward, the numbers climbing to my floor. When the doors opened, he stepped out alongside me, his footsteps echoing mine as we walked down the long corridor. The path to our room stretching endlessly before me, each door a marker of my growing discomfort as he stayed too close, his presence a shadow I couldn't shake. He got off at the same floor as me and also followed me down the path to our room, the distance between us shrinking with every step. His proximity, a silent threat that turned my unease into outright fear, my heart pounding as I quickened my pace. The instinct to flee taking overs, I broke into a run, my sneakers pounding against the carpeted floor, the sound of my own breath loud in my ears as I raced to the safety of our room. The door, a beacon of refuge in the dimly lit hall. I eventually started running because I felt so uneasy, and he was just getting too close. The relief of reaching the room a fleeting comfort. The click of the lock, a barrier between me and the man who had followed me, a moment I hoped would mark the end of the encounter, though the unease lingered like a shadow in my mind. Inside the room, I leaned against the door, my breath racked, the adrenaline still coursing through me as I tried to calm my racing heart. The encounter replaying in my mind each detail, sharper in the safety of the locked space. The man's presence, a lingering threat I couldn't fully shake. I reached our room and thought that that was it. Just a really weird encounter, and perhaps me overreacting a bit. The rational part of me wanting to believe I'd overreacted, that the man's intentions were harmless. A misunderstanding born of my own fear. Though, the unease refused to dissipate entirely. I had just begun to steady myself. My hands no longer trembling when the hotel phone rang. Its shrill tone slicing through the quiet. A sound that jolted me from my fragile calm. My first thought that it might be my parents calling from the reception to check on me. A comforting possibility that urged me to pick up. I had sufficiently calmed down and was actually going to leave when our hotel room's phone. Right, I picked up. I'm assuming my parents had a phone call from the reception or something. The hope of fleeting comfort shattered by the voice on the other end. A man's voice, low and unsettling. His words a violation that sent a chill down my spine. "You looked so sexy tonight. I can't stop thinking about what I'd do to you." The explicitness of his intent, a gut punch that left me frozen, my breath catching as I slammed the receiver down. Tears welling in my eyes. The call was a confirmation of my worst fears. The man had been close enough to see which room I'd entered. Close enough to know where to reach me. The phone ringing again and again, each unanswered call, a taunt that deepened my terror. My hands shaking as I backed away. The room no longer a sanctuary, but a trap. It was a male voice telling me how sexy I looked and how much he wanted to have his way with me. I hung up immediately and started crying. That dude had been close enough to see which room that I had entered, to be able to make that call. The realization, a weight that crushed any lingering doubt, the man's intentions clear. His proximity, a threat that had followed me into the supposed safety of my room. The calls a relentless reminder of his presence, a predator who knew exactly where I was. I must have stayed in that state for a long time, the fear consuming me. My parents' worry eventually bringing them upstairs to check on me. Their voices a lifeline as they entered the room. Their concern a balm to my frayed nerves as I explained the ordeal. The phone ringing once more as if to punctuate my story. My father's hand steady as he answered the silence on the other end. A final taunt. Before the call ended, a chilling close to the night's terror. The phone rang a few times more as well, but I just didn't pick it up. My parents had gotten worried, and they had come upstairs to check on me. I explained what happened, and the phone rang. Once again, my father picked it up. There was silence on the other side, and the call was quickly ended. The silence a haunting echo, a reminder of the danger that had come so close, a shadow that lingered in the days that followed. The aftermath of that night left me on edge, my eyes scanning every corner of the resort for the man who had followed me, his face a phantom. In my mind, a threat. I feared I'd encounter again the pool, the restaurant, every crowded space, a potential hiding place for the creeper who had invaded my peace. I was terrified that I'd see the man again. But thankfully, I didn't. I kept looking out for him at the pool, at the restaurant, etc. But I never saw him again. The absence, a small mercy. Though it did little to ease the dread that had taken root. The memory of his voice on the phone, a scar that refused to fade. A violation that lingered in every shadow. My parents, ever practical, tried to comfort me, their words. A reminder of the harsh realities of the world. A reassurance that such encounters were not uncommon. A perspective that felt distant in the face of my fear. The incident, a seismic shift in my sense of safety. At an age when the world still felt new and unpredictable, my parents told me to brush it off. And then such creeps are everywhere. But at the time, and at that age, it really shook me to the core. Their advice a cold comfort, the terror too raw. the what-ifs too vivid to dismiss the thought of what might have happened. A haunting refrain that played on repeat in my mind. The incident reshaped my relationship with the spaces I once found comforting. The long corridors of hotels, transforming from places of luxury to gauntlets of dread. Each step a reminder of that night. The memory of running from the man. A visceral fear that lingered long after we left the resort. I was horrified about what may have happened if I hadn't started running that day. And to this day, I hate walking down long hotel floors. On my own, it just fills me with dread. The trauma, a lasting echo, a fear that followed me into every hotel stay. The sight of a long hallway, a trigger that brought back the sound of his footsteps. The weight of his gaze, the chilling voice on the phone, a memory that refused to fade. The experience was a harsh lesson in the unpredictability of safety. A reminder that even in the most idyllic settings, danger could lurk a shadow waiting to strike a lesson that stayed with me. A cautionary tale etched into the fabric of my life. A night in Turkey that taught me the cost of vigilance and the price of a moment's lapse. A story that would forever color the way I moved through the world. Lies in the forest shadows. On a boisterous night of celebration at a friend's isolated home, a playful skinny dipping session in the backyard hot tub turned into a heart-pounding nightmare when a blood-curdling shriek erupted from the dark forest nearby. As we stared into the void, a pair of glowing eyes and a pale form emerged, sending us fleeing in terror, leaving our belongings behind in a frantic dash for safety. I was hanging out with 3 friends, Sarah, Nick, and Mary. We were celebrating Nick's birthday at his place, which happened to have a hot tub in the backyard. A night meant for laughter and revelry, but one that would plunge us into a chilling encounter with the unknown, lurking just beyond the Christmas lights. The night began with the kind of carefree energy that only a close-knit group of friends can muster, gathered at Nick's house to celebrate his birthday. The air filled with the warmth of our laughter and the promise of a memorable evening. After a couple of hours and a couple of too many beers, we jokingly suggested skinny dipping in the hot tub as some kind of birthday present. The idea. A drunken jest, a silly dare that might have remained just that. A playful suggestion, if not for the haze of inebriation that lowered our inhibitions, turning a whimsical thought into a reckless decision. It would have probably stopped there too if it wasn't for our drunkenness. But eventually we just said, "Let's do it." The agreement. A mix of giggles and bravado, our judgment clouded by the beers we'd consumed the hot tub. A tempting oasis in the backyard, its steam rising into the cool night air. A beacon of mischief we couldn't resist. Nick's house was a secluded retreat, nestled at the edge of a dense forest. Its isolation a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere we'd created the nearest neighbors. Far enough away that their lights were mere specks in the distance. The darkness beyond the yard, a void that swallowed the faint glow of the Christmas lights strung haphazardly around the property. For context, Nick's house was by a forest and was very isolated from neighbors, the setting adding a layer of thrill to our daring plan. The forest's edge, a looming presence that felt both exhilarating and foreboding. Its shadows, a mystery we were too intoxicated to fully consider. Anything past the Christmas lights of dubious quality that was spread around the yard was basically pitch black. The blackness. A tangible wall, the kind of darkness that seemed to hold secrets. A depth that made the idea of venturing out without Nick's parents' home unthinkable, except for the liquid courage that dulled our fears, turning the unimaginable into a reckless adventure. Paying absolute cowards going out there without Nick's parents' home would have been unimaginable if it hadn't have been for the wonders of inebriation. The alcohol a shield against our better judgment, propelling us into the night with a boldness that sobriety would have quashed towels slung over our shoulders as we made our way to the hot tub. The forest's edge looming just beyond, we reached the hot tub. Its location perilously close to the forest's edge, the steam rising in soft curls, a warm contrast to the cool night air. The Christmas lights casting a faint glow that did little to penetrate the darkness beyond the woods. A silent sentinel that watched as we began to strip our laughter. A defiant echo in the stillness. We reached the hot tub that was worryingly close to the edge of the woods, and we started stripping the act, a mix of nervous giggles and drunken bravado. The initial unease fading as we slipped into the warm water. The heat a comfort that dulled the edge of our fears. The forest's presence, a distant concern in the haze of our revelry. For a while, everything felt perfect. The occasional crack of a branch in the woods dismissed as the natural sounds of the night. Our voices filling the air with stories and silly ramblings. The camaraderie, a shield against the darkness that loomed just beyond the lights. Everything was fine for the next 30 minutes or so, apart from the occasional branch cracking. We were having fun telling stories or rambling about stupid stuff. And the fear quickly faded away, the warmth of the hot tub, and the buzz of alcohol, lulling us into a false sense of security. The night a bubble of joy that seemed untouchable, until a sound shattered it. A deafening shriek that tore through the darkness, its pitch hauntingly human, yet utterly alien. A sound that froze us in place, our laughter dying in our throats. The shriek lasted only a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity, its echo reverberating through the forest, a chilling reminder of the unknown that lurked just beyond our sight. Our faces paling as we turned to face the darkness. The silence that followed, a heavy weight that pressed down on us. Fear rooting us to the spot. That was until a deafening shriek came from the darkness of the forest, lasting for about 5 seconds. It sounded like a human voice too, but it almost didn't sound like a person, the sound. A visceral shock, its uncanny nature amplifying our terror. The realization that we were not alone, a cold truth that stripped away the last of our drunken bravado, leaving us exposed in the warm water. Our vulnerability a stark contrast to the threat in the woods. We sat in stunned silence, the moment stretching into what felt like hours. Our breaths shallow, the fear palpable as Nick's bravado visibly faded, his earlier confidence replaced by a raw, primal terror that mirrored our own. We all turned livid, being silent for what seemed like hours. The tension, a living thing each of us too afraid to move to speak to acknowledge the horror that had just pierced the night. The forest, a void that seemed to pulse with menace, its darkness, a shroud that hid whatever had made that sound. Mary, braver than the rest of us, suddenly found her courage, her fear giving way to a fierce determination as she grabbed her phone. Its flashlight a beacon in the darkness. Her resolve, a spark that drew us in. Despite our terror, our eyes following the beam as she pointed it toward the forest. The light swallowed by the void, revealing nothing but the endless black. Mary, who just grew a pair of balls out of nowhere and picked up a phone to use the flashlight, we couldn't help but follow the line too as she pointed it at the forest. The beam a desperate search for answers, its feeble glow a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness. The forest seeming to absorb the light, a living entity that refused to yield its secrets. Our hope fading as we prepared to turn away, until the void stared back, a pair of glowing eyes and a pale, indistinct form emerging in the distance, the sight a jolt that shattered our fragile calm, sending us into a frenzied panic. Who seemed unaffected by it, as if the darkness was sort of swallowing it, that there was nothing. As we were about to stop looking, though, the void stared back at us. Mary shined her light far behind Sarah, and it reflected a pair of eyes and a white form in the distance. The reflection, a chilling confirmation of our fears. The straw that broke the camel's back, a moment of pure terror that propelled us out of the hot tub. Our survival instincts kicking in as we fled, leaving everything behind in our desperate dash for safety. We scrambled out of the tub, our screams piercing the night. The cold air a shock against our bare skin as we ran toward the back entrance, our clothes and phones forgotten in our panic. The forest's edge, a looming threat at our backs. Mary's newfound courage crumbling as we bolted for the house. The door, a beacon of safety we couldn't reach fast enough. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. We instantly rushed out of the tub without giving a single thought about gathering our clothes. Mary and I screamed. Apparently her balls had been blown to smithereens at this point, and we all ran towards the back entrance as fast as possible. Our flight a chaotic blur. The fear a living thing that drove us forward. Nick grabbing a knife as we locked every door and window. Our phones still by the forest, a risk we couldn't take until Nick, fueled by adrenaline, made a daring run to retrieve the sound of loud breathing from the woods. A chilling reminder that whatever was out there hadn't left its presence. A shadow that haunted us through the longest hours of our lives. A night of terror that left us huddled in the basement waiting for dawn to break the spell of fear that had gripped us in the woods. Nick immediately got a knife while we looked every door and window. Nick got his parents to make their way home, handed his towels, and so we could finally cover ourselves. We gathered in the basement where there were no windows. We spent most of the time in silence, waiting for something to happen. And half an hour in, we heard another shriek or distant. This time, only this time, it was shortly followed by knocks on the door. The knocks. A final taunt, a moment of dread that broke Sarah, her tears a mirror to our own fear. Though the night passed without further incident, the morning revealing our belongings mostly intact, except for Nick's shirt and Sarah and Mary's panties. A chilling detail that left us questioning whether we'd encountered a perverse human or something far more sinister. A mystery that lingered in the shadows of that unforgettable night. The red trucks were at pursuit. In the quiet of our small rural community, a red truck began trailing me as I walked home from the school bus. Its slow, deliberate pace, a chilling shadow that turned my daily routine into a nightmare. Each day, the disheveled man inside stared at me through his muddy windshield, his black lab beside him. The menace in his gaze growing bolder until my mother intervened, her fear mirroring my own. I was always an extremely small and sickly child. I looked young for my age, a vulnerability that made me an easy target in a place where the highway's hum was the only sound to break the stillness. A place where danger found me in the form of a stranger's relentless pursuit. Our home was a modest refuge nestled 8 miles out of town in a small community where everyone knew each other. The kind of place where the school bus was a lifeline, dropping me off 2 blocks from home, a short walk that should have felt safe, but became a gauntlet under the watchful eyes of a stranger. My family and I lived out of town. About 8 miles out, our little community was also next to a highway, the highway's proximity. A double-edged sword connecting us to the world, but also exposing us to its dangers. The community's isolation, a quiet comfort until it wasn't the bus stop. A marker of my daily journey, a journey that took a dark turn one afternoon. I had always been slight for my age, my frail frame and youthful appearance a stark contrast to the other kids. A fact that made me feel exposed as I walked the familiar path. The highway's hum, a distant reminder of the world beyond our little enclave. The school bus would drop me off 2 blocks away from home, the distance short, but significant, each step a moment of vulnerability that I hadn't thought to fear until I noticed the red truck, its slow crawl behind me, a silent threat that chilled me to the core. It started innocently enough, the truck trailing at a snail's pace as I walked its engine, a low growl that matched my quickening heartbeat. My initial thought that the driver might be lost searching for a house in our sparse community. A rationalization that kept my fear at bay. I noticed a red track following slowly behind me, so slow that I figured that they were just looking for a house or something. The excuse, a comfort. As I continued my walk, the truck's presence, a shadow. I tried to ignore my focus on the safety of home just ahead. The familiar side of our house, a beacon in the fading light, but the truck's appearances became a pattern. Its slow pursuit, a daily ritual that eroded my sense of safety. The driver's intent becoming clearer with each passing day. A realization that hit me hard. When I reached home one afternoon, the first to arrive, as always, my siblings still at school, the house empty. As I peered out the window, the truck idling outside its occupant, staring directly at me. I ignored it and walked to my house. But that was just the beginning of it. Consistently, this truck would follow slowly behind me. After a couple of days of this, I walked into my house. That was always the first one home, and looked out the window, and inside was an older man and a black lab. He was staring at me, idling outside, inside of his truck, the sight. A jolt, the man's gaze unyielding, his black lab beside him, a silent witness to his fixation. The truck pulling away only after I had seen him, a moment that marked the end of my denial. The beginning of a fear that would shape my days, the sight of the man in the red truck. His weathered face and intense stare fixed on me through the window was a turning point. The fear I'd tried to suppress, now a living thing that coiled in my chest. The realization that I was being watched, hunted. A reality I could no longer ignore. He just pulled away. It was at this point that I decided that enough was enough. The moment a catalyst, my fear giving way to a resolve to protect myself, to break the cycle of terror that had begun to define my walks home. A decision that led me to confide in my parents. My voice trembling as I recounted the ordeal. The truck's persistent presence, a shadow I couldn't escape. My sister, quick to dismiss my fears, accused me of spinning tales. Her skepticism a sting, given my history of storytelling. A habit that had often blurred the lines between truth and fiction, but my mother's belief in me was a lifeline. Her concern, a shield against the doubt. Her decision to act, a comfort in the face of my growing dread. I told my parents. Of course, my sister was quick to jump in that I was lying. I will admit that I had a habit of telling stories at this age. But my mom thankfully believed me. Her trust, a validation, her protective instincts kicking in. As she took me to the bus stop the next morning, her eyes scanning the road for the red truck. Her presence, a barrier between me and the danger I feared. The truck was there, parked across the street at the gas station. Its nose pointed toward the bus, the man inside hunched over the wheel. His disheveled appearance and unblinking stare, a stark contrast to the morning's calm. His license plates obscured by caked mud, a detail that heightened my mother's alarm, her fear mirroring my own as she watched him watch me. Board the bus, she drove me to the bus stop the next morning. The red truck was there across the street at the gas station. Pointing toward the bus, I got on the bus, and my mom decided to drive around the truck. She described the scene. This way. The man was disheveled and dirty, hunched over his seat. Just staring at the bus, his license plates were caked in mud, so she couldn't make them out. The descriptions, a chilling portrait, the man's intent clear in his posture, the mud on his plates, a deliberate act to evade identification. A detail that sent a shiver down my mother's spine, prompting her to call the police and alert the school. Her voice steady, but laced with the same terror. I felt a shared fear that the man's presence was no coincidence. His fixation, a threat they couldn't ignore. That day at school, I was pulled into the office, the news a shock. The man had been spotted waiting in his truck outside his persistence, a clear sign of his desperation, a danger that had followed me from the bus stop to the school, a shadow I couldn't outrun. The school day passed in a blur. The knowledge of the man's presence at the school, a weight that pressed down on me. My thoughts consumed by the red truck and the disheveled man inside. His fixation, a dark cloud that followed me onto the bus ride home. The familiar route, now a gauntlet. I dreaded facing alone. When the bus dropped me off, I saw the truck parked along the street. Its position a deliberate trap, forcing me to walk past the driver's side door to reach home. The man's proximity. A silent threat that made my heart race, my mind torn between the urge to run and the fear of what he might do if I did. I rode the bus home, but this time the truck was parked alongside the street, which meant that I would have to walk past this man's driver's side door to get home. I debated considering running for it. The decision a desperate calculation. The man's desperation evident in his boldness, his presence, a clear sign that he knew he'd been spotted. A predator, cornered, but unwilling to retreat his actions. A chilling escalation that left me frozen in fear. Before I could act, a police car pulled up the side of the officer, a lifeline in the midst of my terror. His calm demeanor, a contrast to my racing heart as I explained the situation. The truck's presence, a tangible threat just steps away. The officer's approach, a moment of hope that was quickly dashed when the man reacted. His truck roaring to life as he sped away. The high-speed escape a blur down the highway, a final act of evasion that left me shaken, but relieved. Apparently this man was getting desperate now that he was spotted. But a police car showed up and I talked to the policeman. They went to go talk to the man, but as soon as they started to get closer, he quickly pulled away from the curb in high speed and absolutely flew down the highway. The man's flight, a confirmation of his guilt. His escape, a mystery that lingered. The police pursuing him, but unable to catch him. A fact that left me with a lingering dread, the knowledge that he was still out there, a shadow that might return. I never saw him again, the absence a small mercy, though the uncertainty of his fate, a man who had evaded justice, remained a quiet fear, a whisper in the back of my mind that shaped the way I moved through the world. I never did see him again after that. And although I do think the police pursued him, I don't believe that he was ever caught. The man's disappearance, a relief tinged with unease, the possibility of his return. A shadow that lingered, a fear that became a lesson in vigilance. One I carried into my life as a parent. The experience left a lasting mark. The terror of those days, a scar that shaped my approach to safety. My own children, now the focus of my protective instincts. The world, a terrifying place where danger could lurk in the most unexpected corners. A reality I couldn't ignore as I watched my daughter and her soon-to-be sibling grow their innocence. A fragile thing in a world where children could vanish so easily. Because of this experience, I'm extremely guarded and paranoid. With my own daughter and her soon-to-be sibling. The world is a terrifying place. Sometimes, especially these days, and children go missing so easily. The fear, a constant companion, a reminder of my own brush with danger. The what-ifs, a haunting refrain that kept me vigilant. My doors locked, my eyes always scanning for the next red truck, the next threat. I often thought about that day, the moment I might have been taken. The life I might not have lived, a life where my children wouldn't exist. a gratitude for my survival tempered by the knowledge that many children weren't as lucky. A truth that drove my caution. A legacy of fear that began with a red truck and a small community. By a highway, I don't like to think about it if I'd be grabbed. I wouldn't be here sharing this. If that was the case, my kids wouldn't exist. I truly think that I was lucky, and many children aren't a sobering realization. A story of survival that became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the fragility of safety and the enduring power of a mother's instinct to protect, a lesson etched into the quiet of our rural life. A shadow that lingered in the distance, a memory that would never fully fade. Imprints of fear in the night, in the shadowed halls of my childhood home, where my sisters and mother embraced the paranormal. I lived in constant denial, fleeing from every unexplainable whisper and shadow that haunted our walls. One night, as I watched cartoons in the glow of my bedroom light, my dog's sudden barking shattered the silence, her gaze fixed on an unseen presence in the middle of the room. Then I felt it, a chilling pressure on my legs, as if invisible hands were gripping me through the blankets, a sensation too real to dismiss. When I looked down, 2 large handprints appeared sliding from my knees to my thighs, a sight that froze me in terror. Growing up my 29-year-old female, I actually lived in a haunted house, a place where the line between reality and the supernatural blurred, leaving me to confront a fear I could no longer outrun. My childhood home was a place steeped in mystery, its creaking floors and dim corners, a breeding ground for the paranormal. A reality my sisters and mother embraced with an affinity I could never muster their openness to the unseen. A contrast to my own fear, a fear that drove me to flee from every strange occurrence, to pretend the impossible wasn't happening. My sisters and mother all have an affinity for the paranormal. I am too scared to allow myself to see it, their connection to the otherworldly. A bond I couldn't share, my instinct to run a shield against the voices that called my name when I was alone. The clicking noises that echoed from empty rooms. The fleeting figures I'd glimpse in the corner of my eye, only to find them gone when I looked again. Every time something unexplainable happened, I would always run away. Ignore, pretend it never happened, and just try to distract myself. My coping mechanism, a fragile defense, a way to preserve my sanity in a house where the air seemed to hum with unseen energy, where the shadows held secrets. I refused to acknowledge. My denial, a constant battle against the fear that lurked within those walls. One night, I found myself alone in my room. The house quiet, save for the soft hum of the television. The glow of cartoons casting flickering shadows across the walls, a comforting distraction from the unease that always seemed to linger in the air. My dog curled up beside me, her presence a small comfort in the stillness. I was staying up late watching cartoons and destroying the light from the screen. A beacon in the dark, my focus on the animated characters. A shield against the house's ever-present strangeness. The night stretching on as I lost myself in the familiar stories. The world outside my room a distant concern, but the peace was shattered when my dog lifted her head. Her ears perked, her gaze fixed on the middle of the room, a low growl rumbling in her throat as she bolted upright. Her sudden movement a jolt that sent a shiver down my spine. Her reaction a clear sign that something was wrong, something I couldn't see, but she could sense. My dog picked up her head and started looking towards the middle of my room. She bolted back as if something freaked her out, and then immediately got off my bed and ran to the middle of this room, barking hysterically at something and I couldn't see her frantic barking, a cacophony that filled the room. Her eyes locked on an empty space, A void that held something I couldn't perceive, the sound of her distress. A chilling echo that raised goosebumps on my skin, my heart racing as I called her back. My voice trembling with fear, I called to my dog repeatedly. My voice a desperate plea for her to return to my side, to calm the storm of her barking. But she remained fixed in the middle of the room, her growls and barks a relentless warning. Her refusal to budge, a sign that whatever she sensed was real. A presence I couldn't see, but could now feel a pressure that began to build in the air. A weight that pressed in on me as I sat frozen on my bed. This immediately gave me goosebumps, and I called my dog back multiple times, trying to get her back to my bed and make her calm down. But she just wouldn't stop. Her insistence, a chilling confirmation of the unseen, my fear mounting with each unanswered call. The room's familiar glow, now a stark contrast to the terror that gripped me. The cartoons on the screen, a distant hum as my focus narrowed to the invisible threat my dog was confronting. Then it happened, a sensation so visceral it stole my breath. A feeling like someone was squeezing my legs, the pressure distinct and deliberate. A touch that moved through the blankets covering me. A touch that was too real to be my imagination. A touch that sent my heart into a frantic rhythm as I looked down, my eyes wide with dread. I felt something, and it was honestly like someone squeezed my legs. I had both my legs out in front of me, sitting up, and they were under blankets. I felt it, but I thought that I was imagining it at first. The sensation, a shock. My mind racing to find a rational explanation to dismiss it as a trick of my fear-addled brain. But the reality was undeniable when I saw the handprints. Two large, distinct imprints on the blanket, moving slowly from below my knees to my thighs, a sight that rooted me to the spot, my breath catching in my throat. The handprints were clear as day, their shape unmistakable under the glow of my bedroom light. The reality of them, a hammer to my denial. A confirmation of the presence I'd spent years running from, a presence that was now touching me. Its intent unknown, but its impact devastating my body, frozen in panic as I stared at the imprints of mind. A whirlwind of terror. I looked down to see clear as day. Two large hand-shaped imprints over the blankets, slowly running from below my knees. Up to my thighs, my lights are on. And I was sober. I was fully awake. There was no denying that it happened. The clarity of the moment. A stark contrast to the haze of fear. The handprints. A physical manifestation of the paranormal. A touch that wasn't sleep paralysis, but pure, unadulterated panic. A moment that shattered the walls I'd built to protect myself, leaving me exposed and vulnerable. My tears falling as I called out for my younger sister. My voice, a desperate cry in the night. I screamed for her over and over, my voice breaking with each call, the panic attack taking hold as I sat there, unable to move the handprints, a lingering reminder of the touch my dog's barking, a relentless soundtrack to my terror. A cacophony that only ceased when my sister finally entered the room. Her presence, a lifeline that pulled me from the edge. Her confusion, a mirror to my own, as I tried to explain the unexplainable. The handprints now faded, but the fear as vivid as ever. I couldn't move. I didn't know what to do. Not that I was experiencing sleep paralysis. I was just panicking. I started crying and called for my younger sister sleeping in another room next to me, over and over, until she woke up and came to my room, my dog. Didn't stop barking too until my sister came into my room. I had a full-blown panic attack after this, and it was terrifying, the aftermath. A storm of emotion. The incident. A scar that would never fully heal. A moment that marked the peak of my fear in that haunted house. a fear that lingered long after the night ended. The terror of that night was compounded by another disturbing reality unfolding around our home, a reality that added a layer of dread to the paranormal experiences I'd tried so hard to ignore, a reality that blurred the lines between the supernatural and the very human threats that lurked outside our walls. Around the same time as the handprints incident, our house became the target of a peeping Tom, a shadowy figure who left behind evidence of his intrusions, handprints and forehead prints on our windows, signs of attempts to open them, even instances of him getting into our cars. A violation that heightened the sense of vulnerability that already permeated our home. Another strange factor was that around this time, too, we had a peeping Tom that was leaving lots of evidence of them looking through our windows, trying to open windows, and even getting into our cars. He would leave handprints and forehead prints on our windows, the physical traces, a chilling parallel to the handprints on my blanket. A connection I couldn't fully dismiss, the thought that I might have woken while he watched, a haunting possibility that sent shivers down my spine, especially when we found a stepladder from our side yard propped against my window. On multiple occasions, a silent testament to his persistence, I think that I may have woken up while he was watching because he left a stepladder. He grabbed it from my side yard, and it was against my window. On multiple occasions, the ladder a stark reminder of how close he'd come. The muddy barefoot prints we found outside our window after a rainy night. Another piece of evidence that left us reeling. A mystery we could never solve, a threat that lingered alongside the paranormal, two fears that intertwined in my mind, their timing a puzzle that haunted me. Despite the terror, my sisters and I eventually moved out, leaving the house and its mysteries behind, the strange occurrences ceasing for my parents. Once we were gone, a fact that left me wondering if I had been the focal point of both the paranormal and the peeping Tom. My sensitivity to the unseen, perhaps drawing both threats to me, a connection I couldn't fully unravel, but couldn't fully dismiss either. All my sisters and I have since moved out, and my parents haven't noticed anything else weird happening since we moved out. They didn't really notice it before either. I was the only one finding or pointing out the occurrences, I guess. But I knew that these are two different situations. But sometimes I feel like they are related somehow, because they both happened at the same time. The overlap, a lingering question, a sense that the house's energy and the peeping Tom's intrusions were somehow linked, a fear that followed me, even as I left the memory of that night, a vivid scar that resurfaced whenever I spoke of it, my voice trembling, welling with tears as I recounted the handprints, the barking dog, the unseen presence that had touched me in the night. I moved out a couple of years later, with no reoccurrence. Of that night, it was one of the scariest experiences that I've ever had. And when I talk about this story out loud, I still tear up and get emotional about it. The emotional weight, a testament to the terror, a moment that shaped my understanding of fear. A story I carried into my new life, a life where my own home thankfully held no such horrors. Its calm, a stark contrast to the haunted house of my childhood, a place where the shadows had finally fallen silent, leaving me to find peace in the absence of the unseen. I do still experience, well, some small things depending on where I live. Thankfully, the house that I now own does not have any weird vibes or things happening after a couple of years of living here. A small mercy, a new chapter, free from the handprints and the shadows, though the memory of that night remained a haunting echo of a fear I could never fully outrun. The shoveling shadow of the Sierra Nevadas. High in the Sierra Nevadas, I camped in my RV near a frozen lake, the eerie silence of the snow-covered landscape shattered by strange rhythmic noises that echoed through the darkness like snow shovels piercing the ground. Night after night, the sounds grew closer, an unseen presence rocking my RV, its weight cracking the icy dew as it climbed onto the roof. Its intent, a chilling mystery. On the third night, the creature's movements became deliberate, pacing around my camper, searching for a way in its clever stillness as a car approached, revealing a cunning I couldn't ignore. My fear peaked as I felt its gaze through the thin bug screen of my window. The RV swaying under its agile form, a predator in the pitch-black night. I was skiing and camping out of my RV, and an unofficial secret spot high in the Sierra Nevadas of California. A remote retreat that became a stage for an encounter with something beyond explanation. A night that would test the boundaries of my courage and leave me questioning the nature of the unknown. The Sierra Nevadas stretched endlessly before my RV, a rugged expanse of towering peaks and frozen beauty. The location I'd chosen, a hidden gem near one of the area's most imposing summits, its base cradling a frozen lake and a shuttered resort, the season's closure, leaving the area desolate, a perfect hideout for a few nights of solitude. The location was right next to one of the most imposing peaks of the area, at the base of which was a frozen lake and resort closed for the season. The scene a winter postcard. Sparse trees dotting the landscape, their branches heavy with snow. A pillowy fog settling over the icy expanse at dawn, and dusk obscuring the view from the adjacent highway, where cloud drivers had only cleared a narrow path to the resort, ensuring my isolation. Sparse trees surrounded the lake, and a sort of pillowy fog hung over the icy expanse at dawn, and dusk obscured by banks of snow from the adjacent highway. Cloud drivers had only bothered to clear a small portion of the road into this resort. The seclusion, a deliberate choice, the snowbanks, a natural barrier that hid my RV from prying eyes. The silence of the snow-covered landscape, a blanket that muffled the world, leaving me alone with the mountains and the secrets they held. I had settled into my RV for the night, the warmth of the interior, a stark contrast to the frigid air outside, the glow of a small lamp casting soft shadows across the walls. The quiet a comfort as I tucked into bed. The day's skiing leaving me pleasantly exhausted, ready for a restful sleep in the remote wilderness. It was the perfect place to hide out for a few nights. As soon as I tucked into bed, I started to hear the strange noises again. Though this time they wouldn't stop the sounds. A disruption to the peace, a rhythmic pattern that cut through the absolute darkness. A darkness so profound, it seemed to swallow the faint light from my windows. The silence of the snow blanket amplifying every noise, making the strange movements impossible to ignore. The noises were unlike anything human. A sound like two snow shovels piercing the ground, quick and deliberate, a cadence that traveled through my open windows. Each sound a jolt that heightened my senses, a feeling of being watched, settling over me like a cold hand, the source of the noise coming from the direction of the lake, a path buried under 3 feet of powder. A path no human could traverse so easily. From the absolute darkness and the otherwise total silence of a blanket of snow, I swore that I could hear something moving. Not human footsteps, but it sounded like, I don't know, 2 snow shovels piercing the ground, but quickly it traveled through my open windows. I suddenly felt an intense feeling of being watched as well. Whatever this was, it came from towards the lake, a path which is covered in 3 feet of powder. The realization? A chilling one. The creature's approach, a silent threat in the night. Its presence, a mystery that turned my cozy retreat into a stage for fear. A fear that would only grow as the night unfolded. The noises grew louder, more insistent. Each sound a step closer to my RV. The rhythmic shoveling, a haunting cadence that seemed to circle my camper. The creature's proximity, a tangible threat that sent my heart racing. The thin bug screen of my window, the only barrier between me and whatever was out there, Its presence, a weight that pressed down on me as I lay in bed, too terrified to make a sound. The noises got louder until it was right up to the side of my window, terrified and afraid to even make a sound. I lay in my bed, watching and listening again. Only a thin bug screen separated me from this creature in the pitch. Darkness and a night without even a breath of wind to cause the sensation. The stillness of the night a stark contrast to the chaos of my fear. The absence of wind ruling out any natural explanation for the RV's sudden movement. A movement that began with a jolt, the vehicle pitching from side to side as the creature climbed onto the roof, its weight cracking the frozen dew that had settled on the surface. The sound of ice fragments shattering as they hit the ground, a chilling reminder of its presence. I felt my RV pitch from side to side. All of a sudden it had climbed to the top, and as it clambered about, I heard the now familiar noise of the night's frozen dew cracking under its weight. I could hear the ice fragments shed off the edges of my home and burst upon hitting the ground, the sound a haunting echo, a noise I'd heard before on the first night. A night when I'd dismissed the footsteps and shaking as a human intruder charging outside with a flashlight and knife, only to find no tracks, a discovery that had left me unsettled, but relieved, a relief that now felt naive in the face of this third night's terror. The creature's movements were deliberate, its agility evident in the way it navigated the RV, its lightweight form rocking the vehicle with each step, a cleverness revealed in its sudden stillness as a car approached from the highway, its instincts sharp enough to halt long before the dim lights could illuminate the campsite. A predator aware of its surroundings, watching me even when it seemed to stop. I say familiar too because I had heard these noises before on the first night. I said also fallen with the sound of footsteps and the shaking of the RV, thinking that it was a person up to no good. I charged outside with a flashlight and a knife. After all, the paranormal usually has a logical explanation, right? Examining the site carefully, though it wasn't so much as a new print in the snow. Satisfied, and with the noises gone, I slept unperturbed for the rest of the night. The memory of that first night, a stark contrast to this one. The creature's persistence, a chilling escalation, its ability to evade detection. A sign of its cunning, a trait that deepened my fear as I listened to its movements on the second night when my brother slept in the room. The ice cracking again. But no further disturbances. A quiet that felt like a prelude to this third night's terror. Judging from the amount the RV rocked as the entity moved, it was lightweight, I would guess, and agile. It was clever enough to completely stop moving as a car from the highway approached as well, long before lights would dimly illuminate the campsite. It watched me even when it seemed to stop the creature's intelligence, a terrifying realization. Its gaze, a constant pressure as it climbed down from the roof, the shoveling sound of its feet crunching into the snow as it began to pace around my camper. A relentless search for a way in. The creature's pacing was methodical, its movements alternating between the roof and the sides of the RV. Each step a calculated probe, a search for an entry point that sent my fear spiraling. The realization that it was trying to get inside a cold truth that broke through my petrification, urging me to act despite the terror that held me in its grip. It seemed to climb down from the roof. I could hear its snow shovel feet crunch into the ground as it began to sort of pace around my camper. I would guess the creature alternated from roof and sides, and it was then that I realized that it was looking for a way in. The understanding a jolt, my body finally moving as I gently rolled over. My hands trembling as I shut the two windows beside my bed, covering them with the blinds. A small act of defiance that felt monumental in the face of my fear. The sound of the creature's shoveling retreating immediately. though its presence lingered a pacing rhythm about 30 yards away. A distance, I could still hear the clanging of what sounded like a metal sign against a tree, a persistent echo in the windless night. Breaking free from my petrification, I gently rolled over in bed and shut the 2 windows next to my head, covering them with the blinds. Noticed I immediately heard the shoveling retreat, but it didn't leave altogether. Straining my ears, I could tell that it was pacing about, maybe 30 yards away, even though there was no wind. What sounded like a metal sign, sort of clanging against a tree, persisted the noise, a haunting refrain, a sound with no logical source in the stillness, my fear mounting as I tiptoed to my knife, clutching it against me, a talisman against the unknown, as I eventually fell into a fitful sleep. My dreams a strange mix of comfort and dread. A vision of my grandparents turning dark, a black ooze seeping through the roof vent of my RV, a nightmare that felt too real, too connected to the night's events. In my dream, I was on the couch of the camper, the ooze a living thing that draped into my space, a threat. I met with courage, unsheathing my knife and thrusting it upward with a shout, only to wake with a start. My knife still sheathed the blade embedded in a guitar. I'd mistaken for the threat the dream's relevance, a chilling echo of the creature's presence, a sign that my fear had seeped into my subconscious, a fear I couldn't escape even in sleep. I had a pleasant dream about my grandparents that night. At the end, they changed. I was on the couch of the camper, and from a roof vent above me, a dark ooze draped into my space. Gathering my courage, I unsheathed my knife and thrust at the shape of the shout. To my surprise, I was still in bed. My knife was sheathed, and I just stabbed a guitar. I think still. It was too topically relevant of a dream. And I wanted to stay and sleep, but I also didn't want to be around whatever this was anymore. The dream. A final straw. A moment of clarity that drove me to act. My fear outweighing my exhaustion as I brandished my knife and headlamp bursting out of the RV, my light whipping wildly across the snow, searching for any sign of the creature, but finding nothing. No footsteps, no ice on the roof, no metal sign, just an eerie emptiness that left me reeling. The absence a mystery, as unsettling as the creature's presence had been, a void that propelled me to flee, to seek the safety of a populated campsite, where the night passed without incident. Stark contrast that left me questioning my sanity. The dream of the ooze, a haunting refrain as I clutched an Izar amulet, a superstitious shield against the fear that lingered. A fear that made sleep a daunting prospect, a shadow that followed me from the Sierra Nevadas, a mystery I might never unravel. I brandished my knife and headlamp bursting out of my door. My light whipped wildly about, looking for any evidence of this creature that had visited. But there was nothing. No footsteps, no roof, ice, nothing on the ground, no metal. Cyan attached to any tree. For clanging, there was literally nothing. And so it was at this point that I jumped into the driver's seat. And I just got out of there. I slept at a nearby populated campsite until dawn, and not a single noise, even with the window wide open. What was that thing? What did it want? Or am I just going crazy? Surely there must be an explanation for what I just experienced, but I don't know. I'm not so sure, to be honest, as I share this. My mind keeps going back to the dream of the darkness oozing in through the ceiling. Since I slept in the populated campsite without incident, I believe that it's gone. I keep an Izar amulet watching my bed. For these kinds of superstitious reasons. I guess it might sound silly, but I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't afraid to go to bed tonight. A lingering dread, a question that echoed through the mountains, a creature that left no trace but a lasting fear. a night in the Sierra Nevadas that would forever haunt my dreams. The silent axeman's gaze. Deep in the woods near a local crematorium, my friends and I set out for a night of camping, a familiar adventure that promised laughter and freedom until a chilling encounter changed everything. As we passed a man wielding an axe, his silent stare bore into us a quiet menace that we tried to dismiss as we continued on our way. That night, the forest came alive with the sound of trees being felled. The echoing strikes, a sinister prelude to the terror that awaited us. Just as we thought the worst was over, footsteps circled our tent. Logs dropped ominously outside, the ground trembling with each impact. We were walking through the woods, local tours to get to the best entrance to the woods. You have to walk through a crematorium, a path we'd taken many times before, but one that would lead us to a night we'd never forget. A night where the shadows held more than just the echoes of our laughter. My friends and I, Thomas Lee Eerie and Alice, were no strangers to the woods near our small town, a sprawling expanse of towering trees and hidden clearings that had become our playground for countless camping trips. A tradition born from our shared love of adventure and the thrill of escaping the mundane. It was me, Thomas Lee Eerie, and Alice. We plan to go camping in the woods. So we've been camping in these woods on many occasions. The forest a familiar refuge, its trails etched into our memories from years of exploration. Each trip a chance to revel in the freedom of youth, to laugh under the stars and pretend the world beyond the trees didn't exist. My mother, always easygoing, played a crucial role in our escapades. Her willingness to cover for us, a silent blessing that allowed our adventures to flourish. The parents of my friends often calling her to confirm our supposed sleepovers at my house. Her kind-hearted lies, a gateway to our nights in the wilderness. I had a very easygoing mum, so the parents of the other three would call my mum to ask if we were having a sleepover at my house, and my mum, being nice, said yes. Her deception, a small act of love, a nod to our youthful spirit, a spirit that carried us through the woods that night. Our backpacks light, but our hearts heavy with anticipation, the promise of a carefree evening, driving us forward. To reach our favorite camping spot, we had to take a path that wound through a local crematorium, a grim landmark that marked the entrance to the woods. Its silent grounds, a stark contrast to the vibrant energy we brought with us. The air thick with the scent of pine and the faint chill of the evening. As we walked together, our chatter, a shield against the eerie quiet. We were walking through the woods together. We normally camped the journey a ritual, our steps sure as we navigated the familiar trail, our laughter echoing through the trees. A sound that seemed to defy the stillness of the crematorium we'd left behind. A place that always felt like a threshold between the mundane and the wild. But our carefree mood shifted when we encountered a man on the path. His presence, a jarring intrusion. An axe gripped tightly in his hands. His face expressionless as he stared us down. His silence, a heavy weight that pressed against us. A moment of unease. We tried to brush off as we hurried past the forest, swallowing us whole as we left him behind. On the way there, we walked past a man with an axe, and he didn't speak, and just sort of stared us out. So we walked on, and just sort of brushed it off a little bit. Creeped out, but didn't think too much of it. The encounter, a fleeting shadow, a flicker of fear. We dismissed in favor of the night ahead. Our campsite, waiting a clearing where we'd pitched our tent. Countless times. A place that should have felt safe. A place that would soon become the stage for a terror we couldn't have imagined. The night unfolded. As it always did, our campsite. A bubble of joy in the heart of the woods. The crackling of our small fire. A comforting soundtrack as we shared stories. Our laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. The forest, a familiar embrace that held us close the earlier encounter with the man. A distant memory we'd pushed aside. The night went on as you would expect, having fun trying to drink and not be sick, and just having a laugh with friends. The thrill of sneaking sips of cheap beer, a rite of passage, our attempts to drink without getting sick. A source of endless amusement, the warmth of our friendship, a shield against the cool night air. The woods, a canvas for our youthful antics, a place where we could be free, if only for a night. We played at sleep, our voices dropping to whispers as we huddled in our tent. The fire's glow fading outside the forest, settling into a quiet that felt almost sacred. A stillness that lulled us into a false sense of security. A peace that was shattered by a sound that cut through the night like a blade. The rhythmic thud of an axe against wood. The echo reverberating through the trees. A sound that jolted us awake, our laughter replaced by a shared alertness, a fear that gripped us as one. Pretend to go to sleep at about 3 in the morning. But about 20 minutes later, we've heard what sounded like trees being axed down. The sound echoed around the woods and made us all alert. The noise a relentless assault, each strike a reminder of the man we'd seen the axe in his hand. A haunting image that now felt like a premonition. The sound continuing for what felt like an eternity. A 5-minute symphony of dread that left us trembling in our sleeping bags. The axing stopped as abruptly as it had begun. The silence that followed. A heavy weight. A void filled with our whispered fears. Thomas breaking the tension with a nervous joke about the man with the axe. His attempt at humor, a misstep that drew a sharp rebuke from Alice, her voice trembling with a fear. We all shared, a fear that deepened as the night wore on. The memory of the man's silent stare, a shadow that loomed over us. This went on for about 5 minutes, then as soon as it sort of started to finish, Thomas joked about the man with the axe. And Alice got rather upset with him, the moment a fracture in our unity. The tension, a living thing that coiled in the tent. Our earlier laughter how. A distant memory, the forest no longer a refuge, but a place of menace. Its darkness, a canvas for our growing dread. A dread that crystallized when new sounds broke the silence. Footsteps, deliberate and circling. A predator's pace that surrounded our tent. Each step, a drumbeat of fear that sent us into a panic. The sound of logs dropping outside, a physical reminder of the threat. The ground trembling with each impact. A violence we could feel through the thin fabric of our shelter. Time passed, and just as we were about to go to sleep, we suddenly heard footsteps. They were circling around our tent, and we all sat up in shock and started to panic. We heard logs of wood being dropped outside of our tent. We could actually feel the waters that struck the ground. The reality of the threat, a hammer to our fragile calm. Our whispers turning to gasps. The footsteps a relentless circle, a dance of menace that left us frozen. Our fear a shared heartbeat in the dark. The footsteps and the dropping logs were a crescendo of terror. Each sound a reminder of the man we'd seen his axe, a weapon that now felt all too real. The vibrations through the ground, a physical assault that mirrored the fear gripping our hearts. Our panic, a shared pulse as we huddled in the tent. The thin fabric, a fragile barrier against the unknown. A barrier we knew we had to breach if we were to survive the night. We all gained the courage to finally look out of the tent. Peering out, he was there. Sat on the floor, staring into the tent. As we opened it, the sight a gut punch. The man from earlier now sitting just outside his axe, resting beside him. His eyes unblinking as they met ours, a silent menace that stripped away the last of our courage. His presence, a confirmation of our worst fears. A predator who had found us in the night, his stare a promise of harm that sent us into a frenzied flight, our survival instincts taking over as we bolted from the tent, the woods a labyrinth we ran through without looking back, our screams swallowed by the trees. We just all bailed as soon as we saw that, and ran as fast as we could, from them into the woods, our flight a desperate scramble, our belongings left behind in our panic. The tent a forgotten sanctuary as we fled deeper into the forest, the darkness, a cloak that both hid us and heightened our fear. The man's silent figure, a haunting image that drove us forward, our only thought to escape to survive the night. We never returned for our things. The fear too great, the memory of the man's stare, a scar that lingered long after we'd escaped the woods, a place we'd once loved, a source of dread, a landscape forever altered by that night. A night where we'd left behind more than just our camping gear. We'd left behind a piece of our innocence, a belief in the safety of the familiar. We never did go back to get our stuff or anything. Not that we really brought too much. The loss, a small price to pay for our safety. The woods, a forbidden place in the aftermath, each visit since marked by an absence. The man never seen again, his silence, a mystery that haunted me. A silence that spoke louder than words. A silence that left me questioning his intent, his purpose. A question that lingered through the years. A shadow that followed me long after that night. All of this time, all the times that I've been out there since I never saw him again. The weird thing too was that this guy, he never seemed to talk. He was just sitting there, staring at us in the tent. The man's muteness, a chilling detail, his lack of words, a void that filled with my fears, a void that echoed in my mind. Whenever I thought of that night, a night that became a story, I carried with me a story that still sent a shiver down my spine, a reminder of the danger that can lurk in the places we love, a reminder of the man with the axe and the woods that had once been our refuge. The memory of that night became a cautionary tale, a story I told with a tremble in my voice. The man's silent stare, a haunting image that never faded. A question that lingered. What had he been up to sitting there in the dark? His axe a silent threat, his gaze a promise of something I'd escaped, but could never fully understand. A mystery that shaped the way I saw the world. A reminder of the fragility of safety, even in the places we call home, years on. And I still think about that writing and exactly what that guy may have been up to. The thought, a persistent whisper, a fear that lingered in the shadows of my mind, a fear that made me cautious, that made me wary of the woods, a fear that became a part of me, a legacy of that night. When 4 friends went camping and encountered a man with an axe. A night that left us running. A night that left us changed. A night that left us with a story of survival. A story of fear. A story of the silent axeman whose gaze we'd never forget. The predator at the KFC mall. At a KFC in a dimly lit mall far from home. A night of casual dining turned sinister when a blank grinder profile began messaging me the stranger's suggestive words, sending a chill down my spine as I sat waiting for my meal. The messages escalated the man's intentions clear. His proximity alarming as he revealed he was just 70 meters away, watching me from the shadows of the poorly lit parking lot. Standing alone in the dark, I felt the air grow heavy with dread, my gut screaming that something was wrong as a man in his late 30s approached his presence too close, his intentions too sinister. The terror peaked when he tapped my shoulder, his voice echoing the vile messages, his hands reaching for me in a brazen assault that shattered the night's calm. I went into a mall a bit far from my house, and things were really good that day. A simple outing that promised nothing more than a quick meal and some shopping, but one that would spiral into a nightmare. I'd never forget in the heart of a place I thought was safe. The mall was a sprawling complex, a bit of a trek from my house, its corridors bustling with the hum of shoppers and the scent of fast food wafting through the air. A place where I'd come to unwind, to enjoy a rare day out. The KFC branch. A familiar spot where I'd settled with my order, the promise of a quiet meal. A small comfort after a day of browsing. While I was in a KFC branch, someone on Grindr with a blank profile messaged me while waiting for my food on the table. The notification, a jarring intrusion. The blank profile, a red flag. I tried to dismiss the messages starting innocently enough, with a simple "hi," but quickly turning suggestive. The stranger's words, "I can give you the best you'll ever have." A proposition that felt out of place in the public setting. A proposition I had no interest in entertaining. My mood far from receptive as I sat in the brightly lit restaurant, surrounded by the chatter of other diners. He didn't send me any pictures, just messages saying hi to me, and asked if he could give me the best. And you can imagine what he said. I would ever have the audacity of his words. A shock, the implication clear. A violation that made my skin crawl. My decision to ignore him, a firm one as I turned my attention to my meal. The food, a distraction from the unease that had begun to settle in my chest. I finished eating, gathering the items I'd bought earlier in the day, the bags a comforting weight. As I stepped out into the parking lot, the darkness of the evening wrapping around me. The mall's surroundings, a stark contrast to its lively interior. The poorly lit area surrounded by dilapidated houses and rough roads. A place where the shadows seemed to hold secrets. A place where I knew I had to stay vigilant, seeing that I'm in a public place and absolutely do not have the mood to be horny. I did not reply, and then proceeded to eat my meal. After eating, I then left the mall, while bringing the items that I brought from there and waited for a ride to go home. The transition from the mall's warmth to the cold night air. A jarring one, my senses heightened as I scanned the road for my ride. The darkness a cloak that made every shadow a potential threat. A threat that became all too real when my phone buzzed again. The same Grindr profile messaging me, the words chilling. "Where are you currently?" Followed by a distance marker that stopped my breath. 70 meters away, a proximity that confirmed he was watching a predator closing in on his prey. I'm looking out on the road. The same guy messages me and asks me where I am currently, and I saw suddenly that his distance from me was only 70 meters away from where I was standing. The realization, a gut punch, my heart racing as I closed the app. My hands trembling as I tried to ignore the messages. The night growing darker, the danger growing closer. A nightmare unfolding in the shadows of the KFC mall. The Grindr message lingered in my mind, a digital specter that turned the dark parking lot into a hunting ground. My every instinct screaming that I was being watched. The 70-meter distance, a chilling confirmation of the stranger's proximity. A threat I could no longer ignore as I stood alone waiting for my ride. The mall's dim lights casting long, ominous shadows across the cracked pavement. This was definitely getting a bit worse, so I closed the app immediately and proceeded to continue ignoring him. A decision, a desperate attempt to reclaim control, to push back against the fear that gripped me. The app's closure, a symbolic barrier, though it did little to ease the dread that coiled in my chest. The knowledge that he knew where I was. A weight I couldn't shake, my eyes darting to every shadow, every movement, as I waited, vulnerable in the open night. Then he appeared, a man in his late 30s, bigger than me in both height and weight, standing beside me. His presence, too close. His demeanor, a poor attempt at casualness. A facade that crumbled under the weight of my gut feeling. A feeling that screamed. Something was terribly wrong. The goosebumps on my skin. A physical manifestation of the terror that surged within me as he stood there, his intent. A silent menace in the dark. Around 5 minutes later, a guy stood beside me. Though trying to act sort of unsuspicious, I think even though my gut feelings are telling me that something was wrong. He looked like he was around maybe late 30s. I'm 18, by the way, and a bit bigger than me, both height and weight. I started to get goosebumps while standing beside him. The age gap, a stark contrast, my youth and smaller frame, making me feel even more exposed. His size, a looming threat. The goosebumps, a warning I couldn't ignore, a primal instinct that told me to run to escape. Though I stood frozen, my body betraying me as the fear took hold. The situation escalated in an instant. The man's facade dropping as he tapped my shoulder. His voice a low growl that echoed the grinder messages. His words a vile repetition of the promises he'd made online. A brazen assault that shattered any doubt. This was the man who'd been stalking me. His intentions now clear as he moved closer. His hands reaching for me. A violation that sent my panic into overdrive. It only got worse when he tapped on my shoulder and asked if he could do those things that he mentioned to me before I froze. Having no idea what to do while extremely anxious. The touch a jolt, my mind racing as I stood there, paralyzed by fear. My anxiety, a storm that clouded my thoughts. The man's words, a nightmare. Come to life, a predator who had found his prey in the dark. His audacity, a terrifying reminder of the danger I was in, a danger that exploded into action when he grabbed at my crotch. His fingers fumbling with the buttons of my pants, a brazen assault that snapped me out of my paralysis. My fear giving way to a surge of adrenaline, a fight-or-flight response that took over as I reacted with a force I didn't know I had. Punching him in the face, the impact a shock to us both. As he staggered back, my hands pushing him hard, sending him to the ground. A moment of triumph in the midst of terror as I turned and ran, my legs carrying me as far as I could go. The man's pursuit, a shadow at my back, a nightmare. I couldn't outrun until a taxi appeared. Its headlights, a beacon of safety in the dark. A sanctuary. I rushed into without hesitation, the door slamming shut behind me, as I escaped the man who had turned my night into a horror story. He started trying to grab my crotch and tried to unbutton my pants. I then pushed him off of me, hard. He was now down on the ground, and I ran away as far as I could. But then I saw him chasing me. Luckily, a taxi drove nearby, and I rushed inside as quickly as I could. I knew that it was him who was the guy that had been spamming messages on Grindr, because his Grindr profile tells me that he's only literally 1 meter away. I blocked the profile, and I logged out of the app after that. The confirmation. A final nail in the coffin of my fear. The man's proximity on Grindr, a chilling proof. My action swift as I blocked him, logging out to sever the connection to protect myself from the predator who had come too close. A predator whose face I'd never forget, a face I couldn't fully see in the dark. A face I couldn't report, a face that haunted me as I rode away in the taxi. Safe but forever changed. The taxi sped away, the man's figure fading into the darkness as I sat in the back seat, my heart still pounding, my hands trembling as I clutched my bags. The items I'd bought earlier in the day, a reminder of the normalcy that had been shattered. The night's events, a nightmare. I couldn't fully process the realization of how close I'd come to harm. A weight that pressed down on me, a weight that grew heavier as I reflected on the vulnerability of my Grindr profile, my location exposed. My face uncovered a beacon for the predator who had found me so easily. I wasn't logged out at the time. Therefore, my location was exposed, and my profile picture in the app was my face, which wasn't covered, meaning that it was easy for me to be identified. The mistake, a harsh lesson. The app's settings. A trap I hadn't anticipated my visibility, a mistake I'd never make again. The man's ability to track me, a chilling reminder of the dangers of online platforms, a danger that had manifested in the dark parking lot of the KFC mall, a place where the lack of lights and the surrounding decay had made me an easy target, a place where crime could thrive in the shadows, a place where I'd stood alone, exposed and vulnerable, a place where the man had found me, a place where I'd barely escaped. The mall's surroundings were a stark contrast. To its interior, the poorly lit parking lot, a breeding ground for danger, the dilapidated houses and rough roads, a backdrop that felt more like a stage for crime than a place of commerce. The lack of people, a haunting detail that amplified my fear. The darkness, a cloak that hid the man's features, a darkness that made it impossible to identify him, a darkness that left me with nothing to report, a frustration that lingered as I sat in the taxi, safe but shaken. The man's face a blur, his identity a mystery that protected him from the authorities, a mystery that left me with a lingering dread, a dread that followed me home, a dread that changed the way I saw the world, a dread that made me wary of every shadow, every stranger, a dread that became a part of me, a scar from the night at the KFC mall. The location of the mall is pretty terrible. There isn't a lot of lights around it, and it's surrounded by really terrible-looking houses and roads too, where she at. Is that there weren't really many people around where I stood at the time, and it was pretty dark where we were too being. I wasn't really able to identify the mayor correctly, to report him to the local authorities, unfortunately. But also it was the perfect place. Crime. The realization a bitter one. The mall's isolation, a perfect setting for the man's actions, a setting that had left me exposed, a setting that had allowed him to escape justice, a setting that had turned a simple outing into a nightmare that lingered long after I'd left the mall behind, a nightmare that shaped the way I moved through the world, a nightmare that made me cautious, that made me vigilant, that made me aware of the dangers that could lurk in the most unexpected places, a nightmare that became a story I'd never forget. A story of survival, a story of fear, a story of the stalker at the KFC mall, a story that reminded me of the fragility of safety, a story that reminded me to always be on guard. The Ouija screech in the haunted kitchen. In the heart of a bustling Mexican city, my siblings and I grew up in a house that whispered with unseen presences, its creaking stairs and shadowy doorways, a constant source of dread, a fear I felt most keenly at night, when every step felt watched. One evening, my curiosity about the supernatural led us to play with a Ouija board, a keychain toy my older sister reluctantly agreed to use our fingers. Trembling on the planchette, as we called out into the unknown, the board responded with a chilling immediacy, its answers stirring our excitement until fear took over, and we tried to end the game only to be met with a violent refusal. A horrifying screech tore through the kitchen, a sound that was neither human nor animal, a distorted cacophony of voices that froze us in terror, driving us to flee in panic. This happened to me and my siblings when we were very young, but they're still were vivid. This was the most intense paranormal experience that I've had in my life. A memory etched into my soul. A night in our haunted house that would forever change the way I saw the world. A night where the supernatural made itself known in a scream that still gives me chills. Our house in the middle of a busy Mexican city was a place of shadows and secrets. Its walls steeped in an energy that my siblings and I could feel, a presence that lingered in the creaking of the stairs, the fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures in doorways, a haunting that my older sister later confirmed. Her whispered confessions, revealing the footsteps she'd heard, the figures she'd seen, a truth she'd kept from me to spare my fear. The house that we lived in at the time was definitely haunted. My sister told me much later on that she would hear someone walking up the stairs, and then a shadowy figure would stand in a doorway. The revelation, a chilling confirmation of the unease I'd always felt. The footsteps I'd heard as a child, a mystery I'd dismissed as her wandering the house, a dismissal born of ignorance. Ignorance that shielded me from the terror she'd faced alone, a terror that became all too real for me. As I grew older, the house was a different beast at night, its atmosphere shifting into something oppressive, a profound sense of being watched that clung to me whenever I passed certain spots. A stark contrast to the safety I felt at my mom's house, where the dark held no fear, where I could walk to the bathroom without a second thought. A freedom I never felt in our haunted home, where every nighttime journey was a race against an unseen presence, a hurried dash to escape the feeling of eyes on my back. I always felt a profound sense of being watched whenever I would go past certain spots. It was completely different when I got back home to Mom's house. I wasn't afraid of the dark, and I would still get up at night to go to the bathroom. But it always felt very scary to do so, and I would always hurry as quickly as I could, the fear. A constant companion, a weight that shaped my childhood, a weight that made the house a place of dread, a place where the supernatural was not just a story, but a lived reality. A reality that would soon confront us in the most terrifying way. I was the middle child caught between my older sister, who carried the wisdom of her years, and my younger brother, whose innocence mirrored my own. Our ages, a spectrum of curiosity and daring. As we gathered one evening, my fascination with the supernatural, a spark that drove me to beg my sister to let us play with her Ouija board. A keychain toy that held the promise of ghosts. A promise I wasn't afraid of. A promise I found thrilling. My love for the unknown. A child's fascination, a love that saw ghosts as interesting rather than terrifying. A love that would soon be tested. I was 10. My big sister was 13, and my little brother was 8. I begged my older sister to let us play with a Ouija board, a keychain toy that she had, because I was fascinated by ghosts in the supernatural. I wasn't really scared of them at all. In fact, I loved them a lot, and only thought that they were interesting. I guess you could say my enthusiasm. A force that wore down my sister's reluctance. Her agreement, a reluctant concession after much convincing. A decision that would lead us to the kitchen table. A decision that would lead us to a night of terror. A decision that would lead us to confront the unseen in a way we could never have imagined. A decision that would change us forever. It took a whole lot of convincing, but eventually, she agreed to play with the board the moment of victory. The three of us gathered around the table, our fingers poised on the planchette, our voices trembling as we called out to the unknown. A call that would be answered in the most horrifying way. A call that would unleash a scream that would echo through our lives. A scream that would mark the most intense paranormal experience I would ever have. We sat around the kitchen table, the Ouija board between us, a small keychain toy that felt heavy with possibility. My older sister and I placing our fingers on the planchette, my younger brother watching with wide eyes, the air thick with anticipation as we asked the first question. A simple inquiry that cut through the silence. "Is anybody there?" The response immediate, the planchette sliding to yes with a speed that sent a jolt through us, a thrill that quickly turned to unease as we began to argue, each accusing the other of moving it. Our voices a mix of excitement and skepticism as we asked benign questions. The answers lost to memory, but the growing fear, a vivid imprint, a fear that led us to decide to stop a decision that would unleash a terror we couldn't have anticipated. We all sat down in the kitchen table, and my sister and I put our fingers on the planchette and asked if anybody was there, to which it almost immediately said yes. We spent some time arguing that the other was definitely moving us and just asking some benign questions. I don't really remember the moment, a blur of childish debate. The Ouija board, a bridge to the unknown. Its answers, a mystery that stirred our curiosity, a curiosity that turned to dread. As the game went on, the atmosphere shifting, the air growing heavy with a presence we couldn't see, a presence that refused to let us go, a presence that would soon make itself known in the most terrifying way. Our decision to stop was unanimous, the fear outweighing our curiosity, our voices trembling as we announced our intent to end the session. But the planchette had other plans. Moving harshly to no, with a force that felt alive, a refusal that sent us reeling, our hands pulling back in unison, as if burned the kitchen erupting into chaos, with a sound that tore through the silence. A screeching scream, a sound so terrible, so inhuman, that it froze us in place, its intensity, a physical force that reverberated through the room. A sound we each described differently, but felt as one. A sound that was not of this world. A sound that marked the presence of something beyond our understanding. A sound that sent us running in terror. We started getting scared, so we said, "Let's stop the plunge-in immediately," and harshly moved to no though, and we instantly pulled our hands back as soon as we did. We all hear this terrible and horrible screeching of Scream 1 that did not sound human at all. The scream, a cacophony of voices, a distorted wail that defied explanation. My brother likening it to a chorus of bats, but louder, far louder, a sound that filled the kitchen with its intensity, a sound that to me was like a woman's scream, but warped as if multiple voices were screaming at once, a sound that confirmed we were not alone, a sound that drove us from the kitchen in a blind panic, our only thought to escape the terror that had invaded our home. We each describe it a little bit differently from one another, but we all heard it at once. That was for sure the shared experience, a bond of fear, a confirmation that what we'd heard was real, a confirmation that sent us fleeing to the living room, our sanctuary, a couch where we huddled together, our breaths shallow, our eyes wide, the scream echoing in our minds, a sound that would haunt us for years to come, a sound that marked the most intense paranormal experience of my life. We ran as fast as our legs could carry us. The kitchen, a place of terror we couldn't bear to stay in. The screeching scream, a sound that chased us into the living room. Our sanctuary, a couch where we huddled together. Our bodies pressed close, our breaths ragged as we tried to make sense of what we'd just experienced, the fear, a shared pulse that bound us. In that moment, a fear that kept us there for hours, too scared to move, too scared to speak. The house's oppressive atmosphere, a weight that pressed down on us, a weight that made the night feel endless, a weight that only lifted when my dad returned home. His presence, a lifeline. We didn't dare confess to our silence, a shield against the terror we'd faced, a terror we kept to ourselves, a terror that marked the end of our Ouija board games, a terror that lingered in the shadows of our haunted house. We ran as fast as we could to the other room, where we all sat, sort of huddled on the couch for a long time. Finally, I asked if anybody else had heard that, to which they all just nodded. We stayed that way for hours too until my dad came home. We didn't tell him about it, and nothing really ever came over too. But it was terrifying. The silence, a shared confession. Our nods, a confirmation of the scream's reality. A reality we couldn't bring ourselves to share with our father. Our fear, too raw, too real. The house's haunting, a secret. We kept a secret that shaped our nights. A secret that made every creak a reminder of that scream. A scream that to this day gives me chills. A scream that became a defining moment in my life. A moment I still feel when I recall it. A moment that haunts me even now. The scream was unlike anything we'd ever heard, a sound that defied explanation. A sound that couldn't be attributed to the usual suspects of the city. No cats, no mountain lions, no animals at all. Our home, in the middle of the urban sprawl, far from any woods. The sound a mystery that deepened our fear. A sound my brother likened to a chorus of bats. But louder. Louder, a sound I heard, as a woman's scream distorted, as if multiple voices were screaming at once. A sound that was pure terror, a sound that marked the presence of something beyond our understanding. A sound that confirmed the haunting of our house. A sound that became a part of us. A sound that still echoes in my mind. A sound that makes me shiver whenever I think of it. A sound that defines the most intense paranormal experience of my life. For info on the actual sound, it was definitely not a cat. We didn't live near the woods either. We lived right in the middle of the city, so no mountain lion or anything like that too. It didn't sound like an animal call actually, but my brother said that it sort of sounded like the sound of a bunch of bats, but much, much louder. The intensity of the sound was part of it, and like someone screaming right inside of the kitchen to me. It was a lot like a woman's scream, but distorted. Like it was more than one voice. Maybe the description. A testament to the scream's power, its inhuman quality. A confirmation of the supernatural. A confirmation that what we'd encountered was real. A confirmation that our house was haunted. A confirmation that we'd crossed a line with the Ouija board. A confirmation that some things are better left undisturbed. A confirmation that fear can linger long after the night has ended. A confirmation that the supernatural is not always a fascination, but sometimes a terror. A terror that became a part of us. A terror that shaped our lives. A terror that I still feel. A terror that I will never forget. A terror that began with a game in the kitchen of our haunted house in Mexico. A terror that ended with a scream that would echo through the years. A scream that would forever mark the night we played with the Ouija board and woke something we couldn't control. The Tennessee woods that gobbled back. On a chilly winter night in rural Tennessee, my friend and I walked back from feeding the neighbor's dogs, the dark forest beside the road, whispering unease as we passed its shadows, stretching toward the frozen lake below. I made a nervous joke about skinwalkers lurking in the woods, a comment I didn't know would bring bad luck. My friend laughing as she let out a loud turkey gobble into the darkness, a playful taunt to the night. Not even a heartbeat later, an identical gobble echoed back from the forest. A sound too precise to be an animal, too chilling to be an echo, sending a jolt of terror through me. The woods were pitch black, the air frigid with no paths or lights to suggest anyone could be out there. Yet the sound was unmistakable, a response that felt alive with menace. I'm staying at my friend's house in Tennessee over winter break. and tonight I helped her feed the neighbors' dogs because they were out of town. A simple errand in a beautiful, isolated landscape that would soon turn into one of the most unnerving experiences of my life. A night where the forest answered back in a way I'll never forget. My friend's house in Tennessee was a quaint retreat nestled in a rural expanse, a place where clusters of homes dotted fields, forests, and lake areas. The landscape a breathtaking tapestry of natural beauty, teeming with wildlife that roamed the woods and soared over the shimmering waters. A serene backdrop that felt almost magical under the winter sky. Her house is in a somewhat rural area. There's clusters of homes, sort of spread out across fields, forests, and lake areas, all very beautiful, and lots of wildlife. The isolation, a quiet charm. The homes spread far enough apart to feel secluded, yet close enough to form a community. The fields stretching into the distance, the forests dense with secrets, the lakes a mirror to the stars, a place where the beauty of nature was both a comfort and a mystery that would soon reveal itself in the most unsettling way. We had just finished feeding the neighbors' dogs, a task we'd taken on. While they were out of town, the short walk back to her house, a familiar one. Though the darkness of the night transformed the road into a corridor of shadows, the forest on one side sloping down to the lake, its presence a looming weight that pressed against me as we walked. The air cold and sharp, the silence of the night broken only by our footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves, a silence that made every sound feel amplified, a silence that would soon be shattered by a sound I couldn't explain. We're walking the short distance from the neighbor's house back to hers. We're on a road that sort of directly next to us is a small set of wood sloping down into the lake. The road a narrow path, the forest a dark wall. On one side, the lake, a hidden expanse below the scene, a perfect blend of beauty and unease. The kind of place where the night could hold anything, a place where my nerves began to fray, a place where a joke would lead to a terror I'd never forget. The darkness of the forest unnerved me, its shadows thick and impenetrable. The cold air biting at my skin as we walked, the unease bubbling to the surface in the form of a nervous joke, a comment about skinwalkers lurking in the woods, a creature from folklore. I'd heard about a comment I didn't know would bring bad luck. A comment my friend laughed off her response, a playful taunt as she let out a loud turkey gobble into the forest. The sound sharp and jarring in the quiet night, a sound that felt like a challenge to the darkness, a sound that would soon be answered in the most terrifying way. I'm a little nervous about it, so I make a joke like that. Forest is kind of creeping me out. Imagine if there's a skinwalker in there. My friend said it's bad luck to share it or say it, but I didn't know that until after this event, and I'm not taking any chances, so. She laughs and gobbles like a turkey loudly into the forest. She's like this. Her gobble, a bold declaration, a sound that echoed into the trees. My response, a half-joking plea to stop, a plea born of unease, a plea that came too late, a plea that was met with a response that turned my blood cold, a response that confirmed we were not alone, a response that sent us running in terror, a response that would haunt me long after the night had ended. I jokingly say, "Don't do that. It might attract one." My words a mix of humor and fear, a warning I didn't truly believe would come true, a warning that proved all too prophetic, a warning that marked the moment the forest answered back, a moment that would become one of the most freaky situations I'd ever experienced, a moment that would leave me questioning what I'd heard, a moment that would echo in my mind for years to come. The gobble my friend sent into the forest was still ringing in my ears, a playful taunt that hung in the cold night air, its echo swallowed by the darkness of the trees. The silence that followed a heavy weight that pressed down on us, A silence that was shattered by a sound that stopped my heart. An identical gobble echoing back from the depths of the forest. A sound too reduced, too perfect to be an animal. Too chilling to be an echo. A sound that felt alive with intent. A sound that confirmed we were not alone in the night. Not even 5 seconds later, we hear an identical goggle back at us from the forest. It was definitely not an echo, too. The response, a jolt. Its immediacy, a terrifying confirmation. The sound, not a reflection, but a reply. Reply that came from the pitch-black woods, a place with no light, no paths. A place where the cold was biting the temperature so low that no one in their right mind would be out there. A place where the sound should not have come from. A place that now held a presence we couldn't see. A presence that answered us in a way that defied explanation. A presence that sent a wave of terror through me. A terror that took over my body. A terror that sent me running as fast as I could. The forest was a void. Its darkness absolute. The cold air a sharp reminder of the inhospitable night. The kind of night where no one would venture out. The kind of night where the sound of a gobble should not have been answered. The kind of night where the impossible became real. The kind of night where fear became a living thing. A thing that drove me to sprint back to the house, my legs pumping, my breath ragged. My only thought to escape the unknown that had answered us, the unknown that had gobbled back from the woods. There was no light in there, no paths, and it was very cold, like 30 degrees. So I can't imagine anyone would be out there, the impossibility of the situation. A weight on my mind, the cold. A barrier no human should have crossed, the lack of light. A shield for whatever had made that sound. A sound that was too perfect, too deliberate. A sound that confirmed we were not alone. A sound that confirmed the forest held something we couldn't explain. A sound that confirmed the night was no longer ours. A sound that confirmed the terror was real. I didn't dare look back, my feet pounding against the road. The house a beacon of safety in the distance, my friend's laughter. A faint echo beside me, her amusement. A stark contrast to my fear. Her reaction, a mix of humor and unease. A reaction that did little to calm my racing heart. A heart that pounded with the knowledge that I'd never run so fast, so meaningfully in my life. A run driven by pure terror. A run driven by the sound that had answered us. A run driven by the unknown, that had gobbled back. A run that carried me to the safety of the house. A run that left me breathless. A run that left me changed. I just remember saying, "Oh my goodness." Then sprinting as fast as I could back to the house. I don't think I've ever run so fast or meaningfully. I didn't turn back, and I was completely out of breath. When we got back to the house, the sprint. A blur, my body fueled by adrenaline, my mind consumed by fear. The house a sanctuary. I reached with a gasp, my lungs burning, my legs trembling. The terror, a weight that clung to me, even as I crossed the threshold. The gobble, a sound that echoed in my mind. A sound that refused to let me go. A sound that marked the night as one of the freakiest I'd ever experienced. A sound that left me questioning. A sound that left me afraid. A sound that left me with a memory I couldn't shake, a memory of the night. The forest answered back, a memory of the night the woods gobbled back in Tennessee. We stumbled into the house, the door slamming shut behind us. The warmth of the interior, a stark contrast to the cold terror of the night. My friend's laughter, a nervous echo in the quiet. Her amusement, a mix of disbelief and unease. A reaction that did little to ease the dread that still gripped me. A dread born of the sound that had answered us. A dread born of the gobble that had come from the forest. A gobble that was too perfect, too deliberate. A gobble that couldn't be explained by any animal. a gobble that confirmed the presence of something unknown, something that had responded to us, something that had sent us running in terror, something that left me questioning what I'd heard, what I'd felt, what I'd escaped. My friend thought the whole thing was kind of funny but also freaky, but I just cannot get over the fact that we heard that sound repeated back at us. And there's just no way that an animal would make that kind of noise, especially not so accurately. Her laughter, a contrast to my fear, her ability to find humor in the situation, a testament to her bravery. A bravery I couldn't muster. My mind consumed by the impossibility of the sound. The gobble, a sound that defied logic, a sound that wasn't an animal call, a sound that was too accurate, too precise, a sound that echoed with intent, a sound that confirmed the forest held something we couldn't explain, a sound that left me shaken, a sound that left me afraid, a sound that became a memory I couldn't shake, a memory of the night the woods answered back, a memory of the night the woods gobbled back in Tennessee. I couldn't let it go. The gobble replaying in my mind, a sound that wasn't a cat, wasn't a mountain lion, wasn't any animal. I could name our location in the middle of a rural area, far from any woods deep enough. For such creatures, the sound a mystery that deepened my fear. A mystery that left me wondering if it was someone playing a prank, a cruel joke in the night, or something more, something darker, something that responded to my friend's gobble with a gobble of its own, a response that felt alive with menace, a response that felt like a warning, a response that left me confused, a response that left me with a story. I'd never forget a story of a night in Tennessee, a story of a night where the forest answered back, a story of a night where the woods gobbled back, a story that still sends a shiver down my spine, a story that still leaves me questioning, a story that still leaves me afraid. There's just no way that an animal would make that kind of noise, especially not so accurately. Anyway, does anyone know what this might be? Maybe it was just someone trying to be funny or something? I don't know. I'm really confused by it. And it was a really freaky situation, the question. A lingering echo. A plea for answers. I might never find a plea, born of confusion. A plea, born of fear. A plea that marked the end of a night. I'd never forget a night that became a story of the gobble in the woods, a story of a night in Tennessee, a story of a night where the forest answered back, a story of a night where the woods gobbled back, a story that left me with a memory of terror, a memory of the unknown, a memory of a sound that would haunt me, a memory of a night that would forever mark my time in Tennessee, a night that would forever mark my life. The rooftop shadow with red eyes. In the vibrant streets of a Mexican neighborhood, my cousins and I played hide and seek on the rooftops, leaping from house to house under the cover of night. The thrill of the game heightened by the darkness that cloaked us. That evening, I led the girl I liked to my aunt's empty house, hoping for a stolen moment amidst the chase, our hands clasped as we climbed onto the roof via an old washing machine. The air charged with excitement and secrecy. While hiding in a half-finished bathroom on the neighboring roof, I felt her hand grab mine. Her soft whisper, reassuring me in the pitch-black space, a moment of connection that felt like a small victory. But as the other kids called out their surrender from the street below, I saw her standing there, looking up at me, her presence a chilling contradiction to the hand I still held. Turning slowly, I glimpsed a shadowy figure beside me, its faintly glowing red eyes staring into mine, a sight that sent me scrambling down the roof in a panic. The entity's gaze a haunting memory that would linger long after we fled. My childhood in Mexico was filled with nights of adventure, the streets of our tight-knit neighborhood alive with the laughter of kids. Our favorite game of hide and seek, a ritual that came alive after the sun dipped below the horizon. The darkness adding a layer of thrill to our escapades, especially on the rooftops where we could leap from one house to another, a maze of tiles and shadows that felt like our own secret world. When I was a kid in Mexico, we loved to play hide and seek with all the kids in the neighborhood at night. The houses were so close together, in fact, that you could jump from roof to roof. The closeness of the houses, a playground in itself. The rooftops, a network of pathways. We navigated with ease, the community's friendliness, a silent permission for our antics, the adults never minding as we scampered across their homes. Their trust a testament to the bonds that held our neighborhood together, a bond that made every game a celebration of our shared youth, with everybody sort of knowing each other and being friendly. They wouldn't mind if we did get on the roof, the freedom. A gift. A freedom that allowed us to explore, to play, to chase each other under the stars. A freedom that felt boundless. A freedom that set the stage for a night that would become the most terrifying of my childhood. A night that would forever change the way I saw the dark. A night that would forever mark my memories of hide and seek in Mexico. That evening, the air was thick with the scent of dinner and the sound of adult laughter. My cousins having come over to join us, their parents gathered on the porch, sharing drinks and stories, a backdrop of warmth that contrasted with the cool night air, the gathering a spark for our own plans. As the neighborhood kids approached, their eyes bright with the promise of a game. Their invitation to play hide and seek one, we couldn't resist, especially with the girl I liked among them, her presence a flutter in my chest. A chance I couldn't pass up, a chance to steal a moment alone amidst the chaos of the game, a chance that would lead us to a rooftop, a chance that would lead us to a terror we couldn't have imagined. We had my cousins come over for dinner, and their parents were just out in the porch talking, having a couple of drinks. Some of the kids, they came over and asked if we wanted to play. It was already dark out, and this is when we especially like to play. So we agreed. And there was this one girl too that I had a thing for at the time, and they also happened to join that night. And I knew that if I could get her alone, I might have a chance to kiss her. Knew that she liked me too. So it would work out. The night, a perfect storm of opportunity. The darkness, a cloak for our game. The girl's smile, a silent confirmation of our mutual feelings. A confirmation that fueled my daring. A daring that led me to take her hand. A daring that led us to a rooftop. A daring that would soon turn to dread. A daring that would lead us to an encounter with something beyond our understanding, an encounter that would haunt me for years to come. We gathered in the middle of the street, a circle of eager faces under the faint glow of a street lamp. The kids buzzing with anticipation as we chose who would count the ritual. A familiar one, the signal to scatter, sending us racing in all directions, my eyes locking onto the girl. I liked a silent invitation as I waved her over. Her smile, a spark that ignited my courage, my hand reaching for hers as I led her away from the group. Our destination. A place I knew would be ours alone, a place where we could hide, a place where I hoped to steal a moment. A place that would soon become a stage for terror, all gathered in the middle of the street, and we randomly chose who would count then. All the other kids would run and hide. So as the kids started counting, I looked at the girl, waving at her to come follow me, holding my hand. I led her to my aunt's house, which was vacant. At the time, she was on vacation, and I knew the house was empty here. I didn't see any other kids go in there. The plan a secret. I held close my aunt's house, a perfect hideout. Its emptiness, a guarantee of privacy. The other kids scattering to their own hiding spots. Their laughter fading as we slipped away the night. A cloak that hid our movements. The rooftops, our domain. As we made our way to the vacant house, A house that would soon become the setting for a nightmare. A house that would soon become a place of fear. The front door of my aunt's house was locked, a barrier that didn't deter us, our determination leading us to the back, where we found the back door locked as well. But I knew a way up a rusted old washing machine, standing against the wall. A makeshift ladder that had served us well in past games. Its surface cold against my hands as I helped the girl climb up first. Her laughter soft in the night as she reached the roof. My own ascent quick behind her. The rooftop stretching out before us, a maze of tiles and chimneys that offered the perfect hiding spot. A spot we reached just as the sound of footsteps echoed from below. A seeker approaching my whispered instruction to hide, sending her darting across the roof. Her figure disappearing into the shadows as I found my own spot. A half-finished bathroom on the neighboring house, its walls incomplete. Its darkness a perfect cloak for our game. The front door was locked, so we ran to the back and checked if it was locked too, and it was. But at the back of the house, my aunt had an old washing machine that I knew that we could get on the roof from there. I helped her up first, and when we got up, we could hear someone coming, and I told her to go and hide, and she ran off. I was able to make it on the roof not long after I knew for sure that somebody was searching the house next to my aunt's. It was having the second story redone, and I hid in a sort of half-completed bathroom. The space a sanctuary, the darkness a shield, the game a thrill that pulsed through me, a thrill that deepened as I felt a hand grab mine, a soft whisper in the dark. "It's just me. Don't worry." A whisper I thought was hers. A whisper that calmed me. A whisper that led to a moment of connection. Her hand squeezing mine. A moment that felt like a victory. A moment that would soon turn to terror. A moment that would soon reveal a truth I couldn't have imagined. A truth that would send me bananing, a truth that would haunt me for years to come. The darkness of the half-finished bathroom wrapped around us like a shroud. The girl's hand in mine, a comforting warmth. Her whispered reassurance, a balm to the tension of the game. The moment a quiet victory. As we hid together. The thrill of hide and seek heightened by our closeness. The night a canvas for our shared secret. A secret that felt like a triumph. A secret that was shattered when the other kids' voices echoed from the street below. Their call of surrender. A signal that the round was over. A signal that revealed a truth that froze my blood. A truth that turned my triumph to terror. A truth that revealed the hand I held was not hers. A truth that revealed a presence I couldn't explain. A presence with red eyes that stared into mine. A presence that sent me scrambling in panic. A presence that would haunt me for years to come. I thought that I was alone too, but at some point I felt someone grabbed my hand. It was pitch black in there. I couldn't see who it was, but I heard a soft voice whisper, "It's just me, don't worry." It was most definitely her. She squeezed my hand a little bit more. We hid for some time, and it was great. But then, from afar, we could all hear the kids saying, "We give up," and a weird one. The rounds. I came out of the bathroom and looked down at the street where all the other kids were. That was when I saw her clear as day. Looking at me, I froze. If she was down there, then whose hand was I holding? The realization. A gut punch the sight of her on the street. A contradiction that defied logic. Her presence below a chilling confirmation that the hand I held was not hers. A confirmation that sent a shiver down my spine. A confirmation that turned my head slowly. A confirmation that revealed a shadowy figure beside me. A figure whose eyes glowed a faint red. A glow that wasn't bright, but unmistakable. A glow that stared into mine, A glow that confirmed the presence of something beyond my understanding. A glow that confirmed the terror was real. I turned slowly, the grip on my hand still tight, the darkness revealing only the faint outline of a figure. Its red eyes, a haunting glow, a glow that wasn't fully bright, but piercing, a glow that sent my heart into a frantic rhythm. A glow that confirmed the presence of something not human. A glow that sent me into a panic, my body moving before my mind could catch up my descent from the roof, a frantic scramble. My leap to the street below, a desperate escape. The other kids' voices a chorus of confusion as they pointed up their questions, echoing my own fear. Who was that? Their eyes seeing the same shadowy outline, the same red glow, a sight that sent us running, a sight that ended our game, a sight that left us shaken, a sight that left us with a story we'd never forget. A story of the night we played hide and seek on the rooftops. A story of the night we encountered a red-eyed entity. A story that would haunt us long after the night had ended. Slowly turning my head, I could still feel the grip of whoever's hand I was holding with it. Still being dark, all I could manage to see was the faint outline of someone with glowing sort of red eyes, looking right in my face. When I say glowing, I don't mean fully glowing, but they look sort of a bit red at that. I absolutely panicked. I got down from the roof and I jumped down to where the kids were. We're all pointing up and behind me, asking me who that was. They could see the outline of someone up there too, and also what looked like red eyes. We stopped playing immediately and went inside one of the other kids' houses. We talked about what we saw of it only briefly before going back outside again. But when we did, whoever was there was now gone. The entity's disappearance, a mystery. Its presence, a scar. A scar that marked the end of our game. A scar that marked the beginning of a fear. A fear that lingered in the shadows of the rooftops. A fear that lingered in the darkness of the night. A fear that lingered in the memory of the red-eyed entity. A memory that would haunt me. A memory that would forever change the way I saw the dark. A memory that would forever mark my childhood in Mexico. A memory of the night we played hide and seek. A memory of the night the rooftops became a place of terror. A memory of the night we encountered something we couldn't explain. A memory of the night we encountered the red-eyed entity. The vanishing light of Parker, Arizona. Driving through the sunlit expanse of Parker, Arizona, my boyfriend and I were on a carefree road trip. The clear blue skies stretching endlessly above us until a wrong turn plunged us into an inexplicable darkness that swallowed the day. In an instant, the world turned pitch black, as if the sun had vanished, leaving no trace of light, no shadows, just an oppressive void that defied the midday hour. With no mountains, trees, or buildings to explain the sudden eclipse, the emptiness was suffocating. The silence broken only by the hum of our car as we turned on the headlights to navigate the unseen road. Then out of the darkness, a stark white sign emerged on the roadside, its bold letters screaming a warning. The Here, Turn Around Now. A message that sent a chill down our spines, urging us to flee. I was driving past Parker, Arizona, when my boyfriend accidentally took a wrong turn. A simple mistake that would lead us into the most wild and haunting experience of my life. A mystery that still haunts me. A darkness that defies explanation. A moment that would forever mark my journey through Arizona. The open road through Parker, Arizona was a stretch of freedom. The kind of drive that felt endless under the vast desert sky. The landscape a canvas of sun-scorched earth and distant horizons. The kind of place where you could see for miles. The kind of place where the sun reigned supreme. A relentless force that painted everything in a golden glow. A glow that made the world feel alive. a glow that made the day feel boundless, a glow that would soon vanish in a way I could never have imagined. We quickly realized something was wrong too, because as soon as we turned that corner, it was like everything just went dark, like there was absolutely no sun anywhere. The change, a shock. The light snuffed out as if a switch had been flipped. The clear blue sky replaced by a void so complete, it felt like night. A darkness that wasn't natural. A darkness that wasn't explained by the landscape, but a darkness that felt alive. A darkness that felt wrong. A darkness that turned our carefree drive into a descent into the unknown. A darkness that left us grasping for answers. A darkness that left us afraid. The area around Parker was flat, a sprawling expanse with no mountains, no large trees, nothing that could cast a shadow vast enough to explain the sudden eclipse, the absence of obstacles. A mystery that deepened the unease. The clear skies we'd seen moments before, a memory that felt like a dream shattered by the reality of the darkness, a reality that defied logic, a reality that defied nature, a reality that defied everything I knew, a reality that marked the beginning of the most wild and crazy experience of my life. There's no mountains anywhere, or large trees or anything. Nothing that could cast like a massive shadow or anything. It was clear blue skies, and then all of a sudden, it was just pitch black. The impossibility of the situation. A weight on my mind. The darkness. A void that swallowed everything. The sun, a memory. The sky, a myth. The world, a blank slate. A slate that held nothing but emptiness. An emptiness that felt alive. An emptiness that felt menacing. An emptiness that felt like a warning. An emptiness that would soon be broken by a sign. A sign that would confirm the terror. A sign that would send us running. A sound that would haunt me for years to come. The darkness was absolute, a void that pressed against the windows of our car. The silence a heavy shroud that muffled the world. The absence of buildings, noises, or any sign of life. A chilling reminder of how alone we were. The only sound, the hum of our engine. The only light, the faint glow of our headlights. A glow that did little to pierce the blackness. A glow that felt futile against the oppressive night that had descended upon us. A night that wasn't natural. A night that wasn't right. A night that turned our journey into a descent into fear. A fear that deepened as we drove, a fear that deepened as the darkness held a fear that deepened. As we realized we were lost in a void that shouldn't exist. A void that felt alive. A void that felt like it was watching us. A void that felt like it was waiting for us. A void that would soon reveal a warning. A warning that would confirm the terror. A warning that would send us fleeing. A warning that would mark the moment we escaped the darkness. A moment that would haunt me for years to come. No buildings or noises, just blank emptiness. We turned the headlights on, in fact, because it was that dark. The headlights, a desperate attempt to see. A desperate attempt to find our way. A desperate attempt to push back against the void. A void that seemed to swallow the light. A void that seemed to swallow the world. A void that seemed to swallow us. A void that left us grasping for answers. A void that left us afraid. A void that left us alone. A void that left us vulnerable. A void that left us at the mercy of the unknown. A void that would soon be broken by a sign. A sign that would confirm the terror. A sign that would send us running. A sign that would haunt me for years to come. Then, out of the darkness, a stark white sign emerged on the side of what I believed was still the road. Its surface a ghostly glow in the headlights. Its bold letters a stark warning that cut through the silence. The here, turn around, now. A message that felt alive with urgency. A message that felt alive with fear. A message that felt alive with warning. A message that confirmed the terror. We'd felt a message that confirmed the darkness was not natural. A message that confirmed we were not alone. A message that confirmed we needed to escape. A message that sent a chill down our spines. A message that sent us into a panic. A message that sent us turning the car around. A message that sent us fleeing. A message that would haunt me for years to come. A message that marked the moment we escaped the darkness. A moment that would forever mark my journey through Parker, Arizona. A moment that would forever mark my life. When all of a sudden there was a big white sign on the side of what I believe was a road. On the side, it said, in big letters, here, turn around. Now. We both looked at each other. And we just said, yeah, to heck with that. And we quickly turned around the sign. A beacon in the dark. A beacon of warning. A beacon of fear. A beacon that confirmed the terror. A beacon that confirmed the darkness was not natural. A beacon that confirmed we were not alone. A beacon that confirmed we needed to escape. A beacon that sent us fleeing. A beacon that marked the moment we turned back. A moment that marked the moment we escaped. A moment that marked the moment the light returned. A moment that would haunt me. A moment that would leave me with a story. A story of the darkness. In Parker, Arizona. A story of a darkness that swallowed the day. A story of a darkness that held a warning. A story of a darkness that I would never forget. We turned the car around with a frantic urgency, the tires screeching against the unseen road, the darkness still pressing against us, a void that seemed to cling to the car as we fled, the sign's warning echoing in our minds. The here, turn around now. A warning we heeded without question. A warning that confirmed the terror. A warning that confirmed the darkness was not natural. A warning that confirmed we were not alone. A warning that confirmed we needed to escape. A warning that sent us racing back the way we'd come. A warning that marked the moment we escaped. A moment that marked the moment the light returned. A moment that marked the moment the world came back. A moment that would haunt me. A moment that would leave me with a story. A story of the darkness in Parker, Arizona. A story of a darkness that swallowed the day. A story of a darkness that held a warning. A story of a darkness that I would never forget. The drive back was a blur. The darkness. A weight that seemed to follow us. A weight that seemed to cling to us. A weight that seemed to watch us. A weight that seemed to wait for us. A weight that lifted only when we found the freeway again. The sun returning as if it had never left the clear blue sky. A stark contrast to the void. We'd escaped the light. A relief that felt like a dream that confirmed the nightmare. We'd lived a dream that confirmed the terror was real, a dream that confirmed we had escaped. A dream that left us shaken. A dream that left us with a story. A story we vowed to keep to ourselves. A story we vowed to never speak of. A story that would haunt us. A story that would haunt me, a story that I could no longer keep inside, a story that I needed to share, a story that I needed answers for, a story that I needed to understand. A story of the darkness in Parker, Arizona. A story of a darkness that swallowed the day. A story of a darkness that held a warning. A story of a darkness that I would never forget. We drove home in silence, the light of the freeway, a stark contrast to the void. We'd escaped the sun, a reminder of the world we'd left behind, a world that had vanished in an instant, a world that had returned as if nothing had happened. A world that felt like a dream that confirmed the nightmare. A nightmare. We couldn't speak of a nightmare. We couldn't share. A nightmare we couldn't understand. A nightmare that left us shaken. A nightmare that left us afraid. A nightmare that left us with a story. A story we vowed to keep to ourselves. A story we vowed to never speak of. A story that would haunt us. A story that would haunt me. A story that I could no longer keep inside a story. That I needed to share a story. That I needed answers for a story. That I needed to understand. A story of the darkness in Parker, Arizona. A story of a darkness that swallowed the day. A story of a darkness that held a warning. A story of a darkness that I would never forget. A story that became a part of me. A story that became a scar. A story that became a mystery. A mystery that I still seek answers for. A mystery that I still feel. A mystery that I still fear. A mystery that marks the most wild and crazy thing I've ever experienced. A mystery that marks the darkness in Parker, Arizona. A mystery that marks my life. After a while, we found the freeway again, and it was honestly like the sun just came back on. We went home, and we decided that we would just probably never speak about it to anyone, because it was just so weird. But to be honest, I've been haunted by this experience, this really weird and creepy thing that happened to us my whole life, and still to this day, I just have no idea what to think about it. The silence, a vow we broke. The experience, a weight I could no longer carry. The mystery, a question I could no longer ignore. A question that drives me to share. A question that drives me to seek answers. A question that drives me to understand. A question that marks the darkness in Parker, Arizona. A question that marks my life. A question that marks the most wild and crazy thing I've ever experienced. A question that I may never answer. A question that I will never forget. A question that haunts me. A question that defines me. A question that is the darkness in Parker, Arizona. The stranger's smile in the park. As a shy 10-year-old riding my bike through the park near my elementary school, I felt the carefree joy of a summer day, the breeze on my face, a reminder of the freedom I cherished in my safe neighborhood. That joy turned to unease when a man in his late 30s appeared out of nowhere, his sudden presence jarring as I sat on my bike, the kickstand still down, my guard lowered after a playful afternoon with a friend. He called me a pretty little girl and invited me to play with his daughter, his words dripping with a false kindness that sent a shiver down my spine, a warning I couldn't ignore, despite my innocence. My parents' lessons about stranger danger echoed in my mind, their voices a lifeline as I shook my head, my shyness, a shield that kept me from engaging with the man whose smile felt more like a threat. I used to ride my bike around my neighborhood and through the local parks a lot when I was younger. A ritual that defined my childhood. A ritual that would lead me to a moment of terror. A moment that would haunt me for years. A moment that would forever change the way I saw the world. A moment that would mark the day I encountered a man in the park while biking a man whose intentions I would never forget. My neighborhood was a haven of safety back then. A place where the streets were lined with familiar faces, where the parks were filled with the laughter of children, where the summer days stretched long and golden. A place where my parents felt comfortable letting me ride my bike alone. Their trust, a gift that allowed me to explore, to roam, to feel the wind in my hair as I pedaled through the local parks. A freedom I cherished. A freedom that felt boundless. A freedom that would soon be tested. A freedom that would soon turn to fear. A freedom that would soon lead me to a moment I'd never forget. A moment that would haunt me. A moment that would mark my childhood. A moment that would mark my life. Being a generally safe area at the time. Not so much now, but I digress. My parents felt comfortable with me riding my bike alone as long as I stayed nearby. Their rules, a gentle boundary. A boundary I respected. A boundary that kept me close to home. A boundary that kept me safe. A boundary that would be tested on a summer afternoon. An afternoon that began with joy. An afternoon that began with freedom. An afternoon that would end in terror. An afternoon that would end with a man. A man in the park. A man whose smile I'd never forget. A man whose intentions I'd never understand. A man whose presence would haunt me. A man whose presence would change me. A man whose presence would mark my life. I set out on my bike that day. The park near my elementary school. A familiar destination. Its playground. A place of memories. Its swings. A place of laughter. Its slides. A place of joy. A place where I'd often meet friends. A place where I'd often play. A place where I'd often feel safe. A place where I'd soon feel fear. A place where I'd soon encounter a man. A man who would change everything. A man who would turn my joy to terror. A man who would turn my freedom to fear. A man who would turn my park into a place of nightmares. A place I'd never see the same way again. I rode through the park, the summer air warm against my skin. The sun a gentle caress as I pedaled my bike, a trusty companion, its wheels. A rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The park, a canvas of green and gold, a canvas of joy, a canvas of freedom, a canvas that would soon be painted with fear, a canvas that would soon be painted with terror. A canvas that would soon be painted with a man whose presence would change everything. A man whose presence would haunt me. A man whose presence would mark my life. I spotted a friend at the playground, her mom watching from a nearby bench. Their laughter a beacon that drew me in a moment of connection that felt like a gift. A moment of play that felt like a treasure. A moment that would soon be overshadowed. A moment that would soon be forgotten. A moment that would soon be replaced by fear. A moment that would soon be replaced by a man. A man in the park. A man on a summer afternoon. A man whose smile I'd never forget. A man whose intentions I'd never understand. A man whose presence would haunt me. A man whose presence would change me. A man whose presence would mark my life. I decided to ride my bike through the park near my elementary school. I ended up running into a friend, and I have a mom at the playground there, and spent a bit of time with them. Before they left the encounter, a brief interlude, a moment of joy, a moment of connection, a moment that would soon be overshadowed, a moment that would soon be replaced by fear. A moment that would soon be replaced by a man. A man who would change everything. A man who would turn my joy to terror. A man who would turn my freedom to fear. A man who would turn my park into a place of nightmares. A place I'd never see the same way again. After my friend and her mom left, the park felt emptier. The laughter that had filled the air, now a distant memory. The swings still. The slides silent. The joy I'd felt replaced by a quiet unease. A feeling I couldn't quite place. A feeling that lingered as I sat on my bike, the kickstand down my feet resting on the ground. My mind wandering. My senses dulled by the carefree haze of childhood. A haze that left me oblivious to the world around me. A haze that left me vulnerable. A haze that would soon be shattered. A haze that would soon be replaced by fear. A haze that would soon be replaced by a man. A man who would change everything. A man who would turn my joy to terror. A man who would turn my freedom to fear. A man who would turn my park into a place of nightmares. A place I'd never see the same way again. I don't recall noticing anyone lingering nearby, but I was an oblivious kid having fun at the park, so they very well could have been. But I just didn't see them. Anyway, I wasn't really having much fun at the park by myself, so I decided to get back on my bike. The decision, a simple one. A desire to move. A desire to ride. A desire to feel the wind in my hair. A desire that would soon be interrupted. A desire that would soon be replaced by fear. A desire that would soon be replaced by a man who appeared out of nowhere, a man who would change everything, a man who would turn my joy to terror, a man who would turn my freedom to fear, a man who would turn my park into a place of nightmares, a place I'd never see the same way again. He came out of nowhere, a man in his late 30s or 40s. His presence sudden and jarring. His approach silent until he was right beside me. His voice a low hum that broke the quiet of the park. His question. "What's your name?" A simple one. A question that felt wrong. A question that felt invasive. A question that sent a shiver down my spine. A question that my shyness wouldn't let me answer, a question that he didn't seem to care about. Question that led to words that made my skin crawl. Words that turned my unease to fear, words that turned my park into a place of nightmares, words that would haunt me for years to come. Words that would mark my life. It was then, though, that a man, maybe late 30s or 40s, approached me. Pretty much out of nowhere, I was sitting on my bike kickstand, still down. When he came up to me and asked me what my name was, I was a very shy kid, so I don't think that I said anything in response. But he didn't seem to care. Yeah, he told me that I was a very pretty little girl, and that he had a daughter my age, that I could come play with him, his words. A false kindness, a false promise, a false invitation. An invitation that felt wrong. An invitation that felt dangerous. An invitation that my parents' lessons about stranger danger screamed against, an invitation that my shyness shielded me from, an invitation that my fear rejected, an invitation that led to a moment of terror, a moment of fear, a moment that would haunt me, a moment that would mark my life, a moment that would mark the day I encountered a man in the park while biking, a man whose intentions I'd never forget, a man whose intentions I'd never understand, a man whose intentions would change me. The man's words hung in the air, a false promise that felt like a trap. His tone, a sickly sweet veneer that hid something darker, something dangerous, something that my young mind couldn't fully grasp. But my instincts screamed against my parents' lessons about stranger danger. A lifeline that kept me grounded. A lifeline that kept me safe. A lifeline that kept me from responding my shyness. A shield that kept me silent. A shield that kept me from engaging. A shield that kept me from falling into his trap. A shield that would soon be tested. A shield that would soon be broken. A shield that would soon be replaced by fear. A fear that would drive me to act. A fear that would drive me to flee. A fear that would drive me to escape. A fear that would mark my life. A fear that would mark the day I encountered a man in the park while biking, a man whose intentions I'd never forget. A man whose intentions I'd never understand. A man whose intentions would change me. In addition to being extremely shy, my parents had also taught me about the whole stranger danger things, so I wasn't about to go with this man after. I shook my head at him. I remember him smiling at me in the most unnerving way. Before putting his hand on my shoulder, I felt uncomfortable the whole encounter, but it wasn't until this moment that I really felt afraid. His smile, a mask that hid something darker, a mask that hid something dangerous, A mask that sent a chill down my spine. A mask that turned my unease to fear. A mask that turned my park into a place of nightmares. A mask that would haunt me for years to come. A mask that would mark my life. His hand on my shoulder. A violation. A violation that broke through my shyness. A violation that broke through my silence. A violation that broke through my shield. A violation that sent me into a panic. A violation that sent me fleeing. A violation that sent me escaping. A violation that would mark my life. A violation that would mark the day I encountered a man in the park while biking. A violation that would change me. I reacted on instinct, my fear taking over my body, moving before my mind could catch up the kickstand. Snapping up with a swift kick, my legs pedaling as fast as they could. The bike, a lifeline that carried me away the park. A blur as I fled the man's presence, a shadow that loomed behind me, a shadow that I didn't dare look back to see, a shadow that I didn't dare confirm, a shadow that I didn't dare face. A shadow that drove me to the streets just outside the park, a shadow that drove me to safety, a shadow that drove me to escape, a shadow that would haunt me, a shadow that would mark my life, a shadow that would mark the day I encountered a man in the park while biking. A man whose intentions I'd never forget, a man whose intentions I'd never understand, a man whose intentions would change me. I quickly kicked the kickstand up and paddled away as fast as I could manage. I didn't bother looking back until I made it onto the streets. Just outside of the park, he thankfully hadn't followed me. But I still felt scared. So I went home. I never told my parents or anybody else about this encounter. I know that I probably should have. But for some reason my kid brain thought that. So I would get in trouble and not be allowed to ride my bike anymore. So I decided to just forget about it. The escape, a blur. The fear, a weight that clung to me. The decision to keep silent. A child's logic. A logic born of fear. A logic born of shame. A logic born of confusion. A logic that kept me quiet. A logic that kept me safe. A logic that kept me from sharing, and a logic that would haunt me. A logic that would mark my life. A logic that would mark the day I encountered a man in the park while biking, a day that would change me. A day that would leave me with a story of fear, a story of escape, a story of survival, a story that I would carry with me, a story that I would never forget, a story that would make me thankful. Thankful for my parents' lessons, thankful for my shyness, thankful for my instincts, thankful that I escaped, thankful that I survived, thankful that I am here today. A story that would make me reflect, a story that would make me feel nauseous, a story that would make me grateful, a story of the man in the park while biking, a story that would forever mark my life. I'm back now. It makes me feel nauseous to think about what might have happened to me had I gone with that man or hesitated to pet on the way. I'm very thankful that my parents had been serious about teaching me not to talk to or go out with strangers. I'm maybe even a bit thankful for my social anxiety, as obviously probably saved my skin that day. The reflection, a weight, the gratitude, a balm, the nausea, a reminder of the danger, a reminder of the fear, a reminder of the escape, a reminder of the survival, a reminder of the man, a man in the park, a man, while biking, a man, whose smile I'd never forget, a man whose intentions I'd never understand, a man whose presence would haunt me, a man whose presence would change me, a man whose presence would mark my life, a man whose presence would mark the most terrifying day of my childhood, a day I'd never forget a day. I'd always be thankful for a day. I'd always carry with me a day that would forever be a part of me, a day that would forever be the story of the man in the park while biking. The haunting grip of nightmares. Night after night, a wave of chilling nightmares has invaded my sleep, each one more vivid and terrifying than the last, stirring a deep primal fear that lingers long after I wake, a fear that feels tied to something far darker than my past encounters with the supernatural. My childhood was marked by a ghost named Cadence, a spirit who tormented my brother with thrown objects and played eerie games of hide and seek, with my sister vanishing just out of sight, a presence that never followed me when I moved out, until now, when something new and sinister has taken its place. The nightmares began with a haunting vision of Kisaragi Station, a place of mystery where I met shadowy figures before finding myself in a vast field with a dog. The details fading, but the unease clinging to me like a second skin. In the most recent dream, I was hunted through a house by a cannibalistic woman, her slow, predatory turn toward me, freezing me in terror as she grabbed my hand, a grip I could still feel upon waking, my hand inexplicably dangling off the bed, reaching into the darkness. A suffocating certainty gripped me as I felt unseen eyes watching from my closet, a single chilling thought echoing in my mind. Demon, demon. A fear that has only grown as strange events unfold in my apartment events that make me question my sanity and beg for answers. My past is steeped in the supernatural, a history that began in childhood when a ghost we named Cadence attached itself to my brother. Her anger, a tangible force that sent objects flying toward him. A spirit who played haunting games of hide and seek with my sister, appearing in the corner of her eye only to vanish when she turned a presence that filled our home with an eerie unease, a presence that I thought I'd left behind when I moved out at 16, a presence that seems to have been replaced by something far more malevolent, something that has followed me into my new life, something that has invaded my dreams, something that has turned my nights into a battleground of fear. I've had a history in the past with ghosts and ghouls. A ghost attached itself to my brother when we were younger and would angrily throw things at him. We named her Cadence, my sister said. Cadence would play hide and seek with her, showing up in the corner of her eye only to duck out of view, and my sister would turn to look at her when I moved out at 16. Cadence didn't follow me, and this whatever I'm dealing with is something different, more negative. The shift, a stark contrast, the energy of this new presence, darker, more oppressive, a negativity that seeps into my dreams, a negativity that seeps into my life, a negativity that feels alive, a negativity that feels like a warning, a negativity that feels like a threat, a negativity that has turned my apartment into a place of fear, a place where the supernatural is no longer a game, a place where the supernatural is a terror that has taken hold, a terror that has begun to unravel me, a terror that has begun to haunt me, a terror that I can no longer ignore, a terror that I need answers for, a terror that I need to understand, a terror that I need to escape. The nightmares began recently, a series of visions that have left me shaken, each one more vivid than the last, each one more terrifying than the last each one. A descent into a fear I can't shake, a fear that feels primal, a fear that feels ancient, a fear that feels like a warning of something coming, a warning of something watching, a warning of something waiting, a warning that began with a dream of Kisaragi Station, a place of legend, a place of mystery, a place where I found myself surrounded by shadowy figures, their faces blurred, their voices a whisper that led me to board a train, A train that took me to a giant field. A field where a dog stood waiting. A dog whose presence felt like a guide to a memory I can't fully recall. A memory that fades, but leaves a residue of fear, a fear that clings to me, a fear that lingers, a fear that marks the beginning of a nightmare that would soon be a nightmare that would soon intensify, a nightmare that would soon become a reality that would haunt me, a reality that would change me, a reality that would mark my life. It started earlier this week, like I said. With the nightmares, the first one was about Kissarangi Station. If you don't know what it is, you can look it up. But I encountered many people at the station, and when I got on, I arrived at a giant field with a dog. I don't really remember much after that at the dream. A blur, the details slipping away, the fear remaining. A fear that would grow with each night. A fear that would grow with each nightmare. A fear that would grow with each vision. A vision that would soon become more vivid. A vision that would soon become more terrifying. A vision that would soon become a reality. A reality that would haunt me. A reality that would mark my life. A reality that would mark the most recent night. A night that would mark the most terrifying nightmare of all. A night that would mark the beginning of something new. A night that would mark the beginning of something dark. A night that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. The nightmares continued, each one a descent into a terror that felt more real than the last. A terror that left me gasping for air. A terror that left me searching for answers. A terror that left me questioning my reality. A terror that reached its peak with a dream that still grips me. A dream that began in a house I didn't recognize. A house with a staircase. A staircase with a small portal beneath it. A portal that felt like a gateway. A gateway to something dark. A gateway to something dangerous. A gateway that reminded me of my last apartment. An apartment with a staircase. A staircase with a giant hole beneath it. A hole that my cats would run under. A hole that filled me with a primal fear. A fear that felt feral. A fear that felt ancient. A fear that felt like a warning. A warning of something coming. A warning of something watching. Warning of something waiting. Warning that echoed in my dream. A dream that turned into a chase. A chase that turned into a nightmare. A nightmare that turned into a reality. A reality that would haunt me. A reality that would mark my life. I also don't remember the second night here. The third, however, was yesterday night in it. I was being chased at a small portal under some stairs. I'm writing this now. I'm realizing that my last apartment had a staircase with a giant hole under it too. My cats ran under there. One, since I felt nearly feral with primal fear that gripped me when I go close to that hole. The connection's a chilling one. The portal in my dream, a mirror. To the hole in my apartment. A hole that had always felt wrong. A hole that had always felt dangerous. A hole that had always felt like a gateway to something dark, a gateway to something sinister, a gateway that echoed in my nightmare, a nightmare that would soon become more vivid, a nightmare that would soon become more terrifying, a nightmare that would soon become a reality that would haunt me, a reality that would mark my life, a reality that would mark the most terrifying night of all. A night that would mark the beginning of something new, a night that would mark the beginning of something dark, a night that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. In the dream, I was being chased by my pursuer, a woman whose presence filled me with a knowing dread, a dread that told me she was a cannibal, a dread that told me she was dangerous, a dread that told me I needed to escape. A dread that turned the chase into a standoff that brought us face to face, a standoff that brought us close, a standoff that brought us to a moment of terror, a moment of fear, a moment where she stood just out of sight, a moment where she stood looking away, a moment where all she had to do was turn, a moment where all she had to do was see me, a moment where she did, a moment where she turned, a moment where her eyes met mine, a moment where her gaze widened, a moment where her stare froze me, a moment where I stared back in complete terror, a moment where she reached out, a moment where she grabbed my hand, a moment where her grip crushed my fingers, a moment that woke me, a moment that left me filled with chest-crunching terror, a moment that left me feeling her grip, a moment that left me with a hand dangling off the bed, a hand reaching into the darkness, a hand that shouldn't have been there, a hand that confirmed the terror, a hand that confirmed the nightmare, a hand that confirmed the reality, a reality that would haunt me, a reality that would mark my life. In the nightmare, the person chasing me was a cannibal. I don't know how I knew, but I just knew it in the dream, and we eventually came to a standoff. I was really close to her, but just out of sight, and she was sort of looking away. But all she had to do was turn, and she would see me. And she did. She turned slowly. As wide as she stared at me, I stayed back in complete terror. She saw me and reached out to me, grabbing my hand harshly, and I woke up slowly, filled with chest-crunching terror. I could still feel the woman's grip in my hand, as I woke up, in fact, nearly crushing my fingers. For context, I sleep curled up every night, sometimes on my back, but never with my hand anywhere near the edge of my full-size bed. But I woke up with my hand dangling off the side of my bed. Reaching out, I suddenly felt eyes on me from the closet. Instead, complete certainty. The only thought that I had was demon. The moment a shock, the grip, a lingering sensation, the hand, a mystery that confirmed the terror, a mystery that confirmed the nightmare, a mystery that confirmed the reality, a reality that felt alive, a reality that felt dangerous, a reality that felt like a warning from the closet, a warning from the darkness, a warning that echoed in my mind, a warning that echoed with a single word, a word that filled me with dread, a word that filled me with fear, a word that filled me with terror, a word that would haunt me, a word that would mark my life, a word that would mark the most terrifying night of all, a word that would mark the beginning of something new, a word that would mark the beginning of something dark, a word that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. Demon, the terror of the nightmare, didn't end with waking the grip of the cannibal woman still lingering on my hand. A sensation so real, it crushed my fingers. A sensation that defied logic. A sensation that defied reality. A sensation that confirmed the nightmare. A sensation that confirmed the terror. A sensation that confirmed the presence. A presence that watched from the closet. A presence that filled me with a certainty that screamed a single word. Demon. A word that echoed in my mind. A word that echoed in my heart. A word that echoed in my soul. A word that turned my apartment into a place of fear. A place of dread. A place of terror. A place where the supernatural was no longer a memory. A place where the supernatural was a reality that began to unfold, a reality that began to manifest, a reality that began to haunt, a reality that began with a smell of rot, a smell of decay, a smell that filled the air, a smell that filled the apartment, A smell that marked the beginning of something new. A smell that marked the beginning of something dark. A smell that marked the beginning of something. I can't escape. I stayed awake. The fear keeping me alert, the thought of a demon. A weight that pressed down on me. A weight that drove me to consider asking my Catholic roommate to bless the room. A silly thought, a desperate thought, a thought born of fear. A thought born of terror. A thought born of a memory. Memory of a time when she had blessed the apartment before. A time when it had worked. A time when it had kept the darkness at bay. A time before her cat broke the Mary statue. A time before the smell began. A time before the terror returned. A time before the nightmare became a reality. A reality that would haunt me. A reality that would mark my life. A reality that would mark the most terrifying night of all. A reality that would mark the beginning of something new. A reality that would mark the beginning of something dark. A reality that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. The smell of rot came after the statue broke, a stench that filled the apartment, a stench that defied explanation, a stench that seemed to come from nowhere, a stench that seemed to come from everywhere, a stench that marked the presence of something dark, a stench that marked the presence of something sinister, a stench that marked the presence of something I couldn't escape, a stench that was joined by the behavior of my roommate's senior cat. A cat that had once been silent, a cat that had once been calm, a cat that now meowed constantly, a cat that now screeched, a cat that now howled, a cat that seemed to sense the presence, a cat that seemed to sense the terror, a cat that seemed to sense the demon, a demon that revealed itself in a moment when we were checking the mail, a moment when we heard her screeching, a moment when we rushed back, a moment when we found her staring at the door, a moment when we found her howling, a moment that confirmed the terror, a moment that confirmed the presence, a moment that confirmed the demon, a moment that would haunt me, a moment that would mark my life. A moment that would mark the most terrifying night of all. A moment that would mark the beginning of something new. A moment that would mark the beginning of something dark. A moment that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. Spooked like heck. I stayed awake and considered asking my Catholic roommate to bless my room. Or at least the apartment's silly, right? But my roommate had done it before, and it was all fine. That is, until my cat broke their Mary statue. After the statue broke, that was when the smell started. Like something had rotted in our apartment. Roommate senior. Cat started getting nervous too. She used an ever meow, but she meows constantly now. And one time, we even heard her on the other side of the apartment while we were checking the mail. And we just heard her screeching like crazy, confused. We rushed back over to our apartments on the other floor and opened our apartment door to find the cat staring at the door and practically howling at it at the cat's behavior. A confirmation, the smell. A confirmation, the terror. A confirmation. A confirmation of the presence. A confirmation of the demon. A confirmation of the nightmare. A confirmation of the reality. A reality that deepened with a discovery that would haunt me. A discovery that would mark my life. A discovery that would mark the most terrifying day of all. A discovery that would mark the beginning of something new. A discovery that would mark the beginning of something dark. A discovery that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. The morning brought a new horror. A discovery that deepened the terror. A discovery that confirmed the presence. A discovery that confirmed the demon. A discovery that confirmed the nightmare. A discovery that confirmed the reality. A discovery that came in the form of a bloodstain. A huge bloodstain on my roommate's pillow. A stain that appeared out of nowhere. A stain that defied explanation. A stain that seemed to come from the darkness. A stain that seemed to come from the demon. A stain that sent a shiver down my spine. A stain that sent a wave of fear through me. A stain that sent a wave of nausea through me. A stain that marked the presence of something dark. A stain that marked the presence of something sinister. A stain that marked the presence of something. I couldn't escape a stain that we checked for answers. A stain that we checked on the cat. A stain that we found. No source for a stain. That the cat was spotless. Of a stain that my roommate shrugged off. A stain that we washed away. A stain that left a mark. A mark on the pillow. A mark on my mind. A mark on my soul. A mark that would haunt me. A mark that would mark my life. A mark that would mark the most terrifying day of all. A mark that would mark the beginning of something new. A mark that would mark the beginning of something dark. A mark that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. This morning we also found a huge blood stain in my roommate's pillow. Frowning, I checked a cat over because we thought maybe the cat had bled on it, but she was spotless. My roommate shrugged it off. And eventually we just washed the blood stains off. But that was definitely really weird, the stain. A mystery. The lack of answers. A mystery. The terror. A mystery. A mystery that deepened the fear. A mystery that deepened the dread. A mystery that deepened the terror. A mystery that confirmed the presence. A mystery that confirmed the demon. A mystery that confirmed the nightmare. A mystery that confirmed the reality. A reality that I can no longer ignore. A reality that I can no longer escape. A reality that I need answers. For a reality that I need to understand. A reality that I need to face. A reality that is driving me to the edge. A reality that is driving me to question my sanity. A reality that is driving me to seek help. A reality that is driving me to share a reality that is the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. A reality that is the darkness in my apartment. A reality that is the darkness in my life. I'm at a loss. The nightmares. Await the smell. Await the cat's behavior. Await the blood stain. Await the terror. Await. Await that presses down on me. Await that fills me with dread. Await that fills me with fear. Await that fills me with terror. Await that makes me question my sanity. Await that makes me feel like I'm going crazy. Await that makes me feel like I'm losing myself. A weight that makes me feel like I'm being haunted. A weight that makes me feel like I'm being hunted. A weight that makes me feel like I am being watched. A weight that makes me feel like I'm in danger. A weight that makes me feel like I need help. A weight that makes me feel like I need answers. A weight that makes me feel like I need guidance. A weight that is the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. A weight that is the darkness in my apartment. A weight that is the darkness in my life. A weight that I can no longer carry alone. A weight that I need to share. A weight that I need to understand. A weight that I need to escape. A weight that is the demon. A demon that I believe is real. A demon that I believe is haunting me. A demon that I believe is hunting me. A demon that I believe is watching me. A demon that I believe is in my closet. A demon that I believe is in my dreams. A demon that I believe is in my life. A demon that I need to face. A demon that I need to fight. A demon that I need to banish. A demon that I need help with. A demon that I need guidance for. A demon that I need answers for. A demon that is the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. A demon that is the darkness in my apartment. A demon that is the darkness in my life. And a demon that I can no longer ignore. A demon that I can no longer escape. A demon that I must confront. A demon that I must overcome. a demon that I must survive. A demon that is the recent nightmares and paranormal activity. A demon that is my story, a story that I need to share, a story that I need help with, a story that I need answers for, a story that I need guidance for, a story that I need to understand, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need you to help me with, a story that I need you to guide me through, a story that I need you to answer for me, a story that is the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced, a story that is the darkness in my apartment, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the recent nightmares and paranormal activity, a story that is my life, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to fight, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that I need to end, a story that I need your help with, a story that I need your guidance for, a story that I need your answers for, a story that is the recent nightmares and paranormal activity, a story that is my life, a story that I can no longer keep inside, a story that I can no longer ignore, a story that I can no longer escape, a story that I must face, a story that I must fight, a story that I must survive, a story that I must overcome, a story that I must escape, a story that I must understand, a story that I must end, a story that I need you for, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the recent nightmares and paranormal activity, a story that is me. What do you guys think? Is this a demon? Can anyone give me some guidance on how to handle this? I feel like I'm going crazy over all of this, and I'd really like some help. The plea, a cry for help, a cry for guidance, a cry for answers, a cry for understanding, a cry for escape, a cry for survival, a cry for an end to the nightmares, an end to the activity, an end to the terror, an end to the demon, an end to the darkness, an end to the fear, an end to the recent nightmares and paranormal activity, an end to the story, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to fight, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that I need to end, a story that I need you for, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the recent nightmares and paranormal activity, a story that is a story that I need your help with, a story that I need your guidance for, a story that I need your answers for, a story that is the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced, a story that is my life, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that I need to end, a story that I need you for, a story that is the recent nightmares and paranormal activity, a story that is me. I was home alone in Chicago. Then the scratching at the door began. In the heart of a Chicago apartment building, my family and I lived in a space that always felt steeped in an eerie, malevolent energy, a place where strange occurrences were a haunting part of our daily lives. One afternoon, as I sat alone in the living room watching anime, the familiar sound of the building's entrance door creaking open echoed up the spiral staircase, a sound I thought signaled the return of my mom or brother, a comforting end to my solitude. But as the footsteps climbed closer to my second-floor apartment door, a shadow appeared beneath it, lingering silently without the jingle of keys. I expected a stillness, that sent a chill down my spine. Then a slow, deliberate scratching began at the top of the door, dragging down to the bottom. A sound that grew more intense with each passing moment, a sound that turned my annoyance into unease, a sound that hinted at something far darker than a prank. My family and I lived in an apartment building in Chicago. In this building we experienced, many weird things, and felt sort of evil. I guess a place where the air seemed to hum, with an unseen presence. A place where fear became a constant companion. A place where one experience would mark my life. A place where the scratching at the door would become a memory. I'd never forget a memory that would haunt me for years to come. Our apartment building in Chicago was a labyrinth of narrow paths and creaking doors. A place where every corner seemed to hold a secret. A place where the air felt heavy with an unspoken malevolence. A place where my family and I lived for years. A place where the strange and the eerie were as much a part of the building as its walls and floors. A place where the supernatural seemed to linger. A place where the unnatural seemed to thrive. A place where fear was a constant companion. A place where I would have an experience that would mark my life. An experience that would haunt me. An experience that would change me. An experience that would become a story. A story of the scratching at the door. A story of the unseen. A story of the terror. A story that I need to share. A story that I need to tell. A story that I need to face. A story that I need to survive. A story that I need to overcome. A story that I need to escape. A story that I need to understand. A story that is the darkness in my life. A story that is the scratching at the door in Chicago. To enter the building, you had to pass through a gate. A simple barrier that marked the boundary between the outside world and the eerie domain. Within a gate that led to a cemented path. A path that took you to a set of stairs. A path that took you to a door. A door that led to a small room. A room with two doors. A room that was the gateway to our lives. A room that was the gateway to our fears. A room that was the gateway to our nightmares. A room that would lead me to an experience that would mark my life, an experience that would haunt me, an experience that would change me, an experience that would become a story. A story of the scratching at the door, a story of the unseen, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the scratching at the door in Chicago. To get into this apartment building, you sort of had to enter through a gate. After entering the gate, you would just follow the cemented path, with what would probably take maybe 5 seconds to get to some stairs. Going up the stairs, you would see windows to the first-floor apartment straight ahead. Looking to the right, there would be a door that would allow you to enter the apartment complex. The path, a ritual, the gate, a threshold. The stairs, a climb. The door, a portal to a world of shadows, a world of fear, a world of the unknown, a world that would soon reveal its darkness, a darkness that would soon reveal its terror, a darkness that would soon reveal its presence, a presence that would scratch at my door, a presence that would haunt me, a presence that would change me, a presence that would become a story. A story of the scratching at the door in Chicago. Entering the apartment complex through the right door led to a small room, a confined space with 2 doors, a space that felt like a crossroads, a space that felt like a gateway, a space that felt like a trap. The door to the left leading to the first-floor apartment and the door to the right leading to the second-floor apartment where I lived, a door that opened to an almost spiral staircase. A staircase that creaked with every step. A staircase that seemed to hold secrets. A staircase that seemed to hold shadows. A staircase that seemed to hold fear. A staircase that would lead me to my home. A home that would soon become a place of terror. A home that would soon become a place of the unknown. A home that would soon become a place of the unseen. A home where I would have an experience that would mark my life, an experience that would haunt me, an experience that would change me, an experience that would become a story of the scratching at the door, a story of the unseen, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the scratching at the door in Chicago. Entering through this door would take you to an extremely small room. With 2 doors, the door to the left would take you to the first-floor apartment. The door to the right would take you to the apartment where I lived, the 2nd floor. As you enter through the door to the right, it would lead to an almost spiral staircase. After reaching the top of the stairs, you would yet again reach another door, which would actually take you fully inside. The 2nd floor apartment. Opening the door, you would immediately see the living room. The room a sanctuary. The room a refuge. The room a place of comfort, a place where I would sit, a place where I would watch anime, a place where I would feel safe, a place that would soon become a place of fear, a place that would soon become a place of terror, a place that would soon become a place of the unknown, a place that would soon become a place of the unseen, a place where I would have an experience that would mark my life, an experience that would haunt me, an experience that would change me, an experience that would become a story of the scratching at the door, a story of the unseen, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the scratching at the door in Chicago. I was alone in the living room, the glow of the TV casting flickering shadows across the walls. The anime, a comforting distraction, a distraction that filled the silence, a distraction that filled the emptiness, a distraction that filled the loneliness, a loneliness that I was eager to end, a loneliness that I thought would end with the sound of the first door opening, a sound that echoed through the building, a sound that echoed up the spiral staircase, a sound that echoed into my apartment, a sound that I thought meant my mom or my brother was home, a sound that I thought meant company, a sound that I thought meant safety, a sound that would soon mean fear, a sound that would soon mean terror, a sound that would soon mean the unknown, a sound that would soon mean the unseen, a sound that would lead to an experience that would mark my life, an experience that would haunt me, an experience that would change me, an experience that would become a story of the scratching at the door, a story of the unseen, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the scratching at the door in Chicago. One afternoon, I was home alone, watching anime in the living room. I was maybe 15 when this happened. and I remember hearing someone open up the first door to get into the building and the second door to get into the second-floor apartment. I began to hear someone walk up the stairs at this time of day. I was under the assumption that either my mom was done with work or my brother was done with wrestling practice getting home, which I was excited to not be home by myself. The assumption a comfort, the assumption a hope, the assumption a mistake that would soon be revealed, a mistake that would soon be shattered, a mistake that would soon be replaced by fear, a mistake that would soon be replaced by terror, a mistake that would soon be replaced by the unknown, a mistake that would soon be replaced by the unseen, a mistake that would lead to an experience that would mark my life, an experience that would haunt me, an experience that would change me, an experience that would become a story of the scratching at the door, a story of the unseen, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the scratching at the door in Chicago. The footsteps grew closer. Each step a creak on the spiral staircase. Each step a beat of my heart. Each step a moment of anticipation, a moment of hope, a moment of excitement, a moment that would soon turn to unease, a moment that would soon turn to fear, a moment that would soon turn to terror, a moment that would soon turn to the unknown, a moment that would soon turn to the unseen, a moment that would lead to an experience that would mark my life, an experience that would haunt me, an experience that would change me, an experience that would become a story of the scratching at the door, a story of the unseen, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the scratching at the door in Chicago. I glanced at the bottom of the door, expecting to hear the jingle of keys, expecting to see my mom or my brother, expecting to feel the comfort of their presence. But instead, I saw a shadow that lingered beneath the door, a shadow that stood still, a shadow that didn't move, a shadow that didn't speak, a shadow that didn't jingle, a shadow that felt wrong, a shadow that felt dangerous, a shadow that felt like a warning that was confirmed by a sound that started slow, a sound that started at the top of the door, a sound that dragged down to the bottom, a sound that was a scratching that sent a shiver down my spine, a scratching that sent a wave of unease through me, a scratching that sent a wave of fear through me, a scratching that would haunt me, a scratching that would mark my life, a scratching that would mark the most terrifying day of all, a scratching that would mark the beginning of something new, a scratching that would mark the beginning of something dark, a scratching that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. As the footsteps get closer to the door, I glanced at the bottom of the door, which I then saw a shadow there. Usually, at this moment, I would hear keys as someone would be preparing to unlock the door, but in this incident, I didn't. I just saw a shadow under the door. I also started to hear like a slow scratching sound, starting from the top of the door to the bottom. The absence of keys. A mystery. The presence of the shadow. A mystery. The presence of the scratching. A mystery that deepened the unease, a mystery that deepened the fear, a mystery that deepened the terror, a mystery that confirmed the presence, a mystery that confirmed the unknown, a mystery that confirmed the unseen, a mystery that would haunt me, a mystery that would mark my life, a mystery that would mark the most terrifying day of all, a mystery that would mark the beginning of something new, a mystery that would mark the beginning of something dark, a mystery that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. I thought it was my brother playing a prank, the scratching a joke, the shadow a trick, the unease a game. A game. I wanted to end a game. I wanted to stop a game. I wanted to ignore. So I turned back to the TV. The anime, a distraction. The anime, a comfort. The anime, a shield. A shield that wouldn't last, a shield that wouldn't hold, a shield that would soon be broken, a shield that would soon be shattered, a shield that would soon be replaced by fear, a shield that would soon be replaced by terror, a shield that would soon be replaced by the unknown, a shield that would soon be replaced by the unseen, a shield that would lead to an experience that would mark my life, an experience that would haunt me, an experience that would change me, an experience that would become a story of the scratching at the door, a story of the unseen, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the scratching at the door in Chicago. I honestly thought that my brother was being an idiot playing a prank on me, so I just let it be and continued watching TV. As I was watching TV, I noticed the scratching continued on the door, getting more and more intense, and the shadow of someone was still present under the door. At this point, I was getting pretty annoyed too, because I was like, dude, trying to watch TV, quit playing games with me. The scratching a torment, the shadow a torment, the annoyance a torment, a torment. That grew, a torment that intensified, a torment that turned to fear, a torment that turned to terror, a torment that turned to the unknown, a torment that turned to the unseen, a torment that would lead to an experience that would mark my life, an experience that would haunt me, an experience that would change me, an experience that would become a story of the scratching at the door, a story of the unseen, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the scratching at the door in Chicago. The scratching grew more intense, each scrape a claw against the door, each scrape a claw against my nerves, each scrape a claw against my patience. The shadow beneath the door, a constant presence, a constant threat, a constant warning, a warning that I could no longer ignore, a warning that I could no longer dismiss, a warning that I could no longer endure, a warning that drove me to act, a warning that drove me to confront a warning, that drove me to face a warning, that drove me to the door, a door that I smashed open, a door that I swung wide, a door that revealed nothing, a door that revealed no one, a door that revealed a mystery that deepened the fear, a mystery that deepened the dread, a mystery that deepened the terror, A mystery that confirmed the presence. A mystery that confirmed the unknown. A mystery that confirmed the unseen. A mystery that would haunt me. A mystery that would mark my life. A mystery that would mark the most terrifying day of all. A mystery that would mark the beginning of something new. A mystery that would mark the beginning of something dark. A mystery that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. I got up from the couch and went to the door, and I smashed it open. But as I sort of swung it open, I looked around and I didn't see my mom or my brother or anyone. So then I thought, this idiot is behind the door. So I checked behind the door, and no one was there. Either I did check the back of the door though, and I did see scratch marks on my door. This, my heart started racing. The absence, a shock, the emptiness. A shock, the scratch marks. A shock that sent my heart racing. A shock that sent a wave of fear through me. A shock that sent a wave of terror through me. A shock that confirmed the presence. A shock that confirmed the unknown. A shock that confirmed the unseen. A shock that would haunt me. A shock that would mark my life. A shock that would mark the most terrifying day of all. A shock that would mark the beginning of something new. A shock that would mark the beginning of something dark. A shock that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. I ran down the stairs, the spiral staircase a blur beneath my feet, the creaks a chorus of fear, the darkness, a weight that pressed down on me, the terror, a weight that pressed down on me, the unknown, a weight that pressed down on me, the unseen, a weight that pressed down on me, a weight that drove me to flee, a weight that drove me to escape, a weight that drove me to call my brother, a call that confirmed he was still at wrestling, a call that confirmed my mom was still at work, a call that confirmed I was alone, a call that confirmed the terror, a call that confirmed the unknown, a call that confirmed the unseen, a call that confirmed the presence, a call that confirmed the scratching, a call that confirmed the shadow, a call that confirmed the mystery, a mystery that deepened the fear, a mystery that deepened the dread, a mystery that deepened the terror, a mystery that would haunt me, a mystery that would mark my life, a mystery that would mark the most terrifying day of all, a mystery that would mark the beginning of something new, a mystery that would mark the beginning of something dark, a mystery that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape, a mystery that would lead to a question that would haunt me, a question that would mark my life, a question that would mark the most terrifying day of all, a question that would mark the beginning of something new, a question that would mark the beginning of something dark, a question that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. Who the heck was scratching at my door like that? I ran down the stairs and ran out of my apartment, called my brother up, and he was still at wrestling, and my mom was still at too. So then the question is, who the heck was scratching at my door like that? The question. A plea for answers, a plea for understanding, a plea for clarity, a plea for an end to the fear, an end to the dread, an end to the terror, an end to the unknown, an end to the unseen, an end to the presence, an end to the scratching, an end to the shadow, an end to the mystery, an end to the darkness, an end to the story. A story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the scratching at the door in Chicago, a story that is me, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that I need to end. A story that is the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. A story that is my life, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that I need to end, a story that I need you for, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the scratching at the door in Chicago, a story that is me. The shadow of the brown Buick. At just 8 years old, I roamed the streets of Staten Island alone, a self-reliant kid shaped by necessity, often sent to the corner store on errands that should have been an adult's burden. On one fateful trip, a rusty brown Buick from decades past began trailing me at slow, deliberate pace, sending a ripple of unease through my small frame as I quickened my steps toward safety. The driver, an older man with a hollow gaze, pulled up beside me near the store, his voice dripping with false kindness as he asked for help, a request that triggered every instinct I'd honed from a childhood of surviving on my own. Bolted, my sneakers pounding the pavement, until I reached the store's sanctuary, only to feel my heart sink when the same man followed me inside, his shadow looming through the aisles like a predator closing in on its prey. I was 8 and living in Staten Island back then. I would walk to the store by myself. My parents didn't really watch me, and sometimes would even ask me to buy them cigarettes. A routine that defined my early years. A routine that would lead me to a moment of terror. A moment that would haunt me for years. A moment that would forever change the way I saw the world. A moment that would mark the day I encountered the brown Buick in Staten Island. A car whose shadow I would never forget. Staten Island was my entire world as a child. A patchwork of familiar streets and corner stores. A place where the hum of daily life felt both comforting and indifferent. A place where I learned to navigate alone, far too young. A place where my parents' lack of oversight left me to fend for myself. A place where I became a pretty smart kid who could take care of herself. A skill born from necessity. A skill born from being left alone. So often a skill that would soon be tested. A skill that would soon save me. A skill that would soon lead me to an encounter. An encounter that would mark my life. An encounter that would haunt me. An encounter that would change me. An encounter that would become a story. A story of the brown Buick. A story of the shadow. A story of the terror. A story that I need to share. A story that I need to tell. A story that I need to face. A story that I need to survive. A story that I need to overcome. A story that I need to escape. A story that I need to understand. A story that is the darkness in my life. A story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. I was a pretty smart kid who could take care of herself, probably from being left alone. So often the streets my classroom, the errands my lessons, the solitude my teacher, a teacher that taught me to be wary, a teacher that taught me to be cautious, a teacher that taught me to be brave, a teacher that would soon guide me, a teacher that would soon protect me, a teacher that would soon lead me to an encounter that would mark my life, an encounter that would haunt me, an encounter that would change me, an encounter that would become a story of the brown Buick, a story of the shadow, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. The day was bright. The kind of day that felt endless. The kind of day that felt safe. The kind of day that felt normal. The kind of day that would soon turn dark. The kind of day that would soon turn dangerous. The kind of day that would soon turn terrifying. The kind of day that would soon turn into a memory of fear, a memory of terror, a memory of the unknown, a memory of the unseen, a memory that would mark my life, a memory that would haunt me, a memory that would change me, a memory that would become a story of the brown Buick, a story of the shadow, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. I was on my way to the store, a task I'd done countless times, a task that felt routine, a task that felt normal, a task that would soon become a nightmare, a task that would soon become a chase, a task that would soon become an escape, a task that would lead me to an encounter that would mark my life, an encounter that would haunt me, an encounter that would change me, an encounter that would become a story of the brown Buick, a story of the shadow, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. One time I was walking, and an old, like 70s brown Buick was following me slowly here. Then close to the store, he pulled up next to me and was trying to get me to help him with something. The car. A relic. The car. A threat. The car. A shadow that followed me. A shadow that stalked me. A shadow that hunted me. A shadow that would soon speak. A shadow that would soon act. A shadow that would soon chase. A shadow that would soon terrify. A shadow that would lead to an encounter that would mark my life, an encounter that would haunt me, an encounter that would change me, an encounter that would become a story of the brown Buick, a story of the shadow, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. The brown Buick was a hulking presence, its faded paint and rusted edges a stark contrast to the bright day. Its engine, a low growl that seemed to echo my quickening heartbeat. Its slow pace, a deliberate hunt. A hunt that I felt in my bones. A hunt that I knew was wrong. A hunt that I knew was dangerous. A hunt that I knew I had to escape. A hunt that would soon become a chase. A chase that would soon become a terror. A chase that would soon become a memory of fear. A memory of terror. A memory of the unknown. A memory of the unseen. A memory that would mark my life. A memory that would haunt me. A memory that would change me. A memory that would become a story. A story of the brown Buick. A story of the shadow. A story of the terror. A story that I need to share. A story that I need to tell. A story that I need to face. A story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, A story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. I knew that this was really shady. I ran a few blocks until I got to the store and went inside. My instincts, a shield. My instincts, a guide. My instincts, a savior. A savior. That told me to run. A savior. That told me to flee. A savior. That told me to escape. A savior. That led me to the store. A store that felt like a sanctuary. A store that felt like a refuge. A store that felt like a shield. A shield that wouldn't last. A shield that wouldn't hold. A shield that would soon be broken. A shield that would soon be shattered. A shield that would soon be replaced by fear. A shield that would soon be replaced by terror. A shield that would soon be replaced by the unknown. A shield that would soon be replaced by the unseen. A shield that would lead to an encounter that would mark my life, an encounter that would haunt me, an encounter that would change me, an encounter that would become a story of the brown Buick, a story of the shadow, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. I burst into the store, the bell above the door jingling a frantic tune, the air inside a mix of stale cigarettes and candy. The fluorescent lights, a harsh contrast to the bright day outside. The clerk behind the counter. A familiar face, a face that felt like safety, a face that felt like protection, a face that felt like a lifeline that I would soon need, a lifeline, that I would soon use, a lifeline, that I would soon cling to, a lifeline that would lead me to an encounter that would mark my life, an encounter that would haunt me, an encounter that would change me, an encounter that would become a story of the brown Buick, a story of the shadow, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. A few minutes later, he walks in and is following me through the aisles. I quickly thought to tell the clerk that I didn't trust him either. I'd already had a lot of bad things happen to me at this point in my life and just didn't really trust anyone. The man's presence, a weight, the man's presence, a threat, the man's presence, a shadow that followed me through the aisles, a shadow that stalked me through the store, a shadow that hunted me through the shelves, a shadow that I could feel, a shadow that I could sense, a shadow that I could not escape, a shadow that drove me to act, a shadow that drove me to speak, a shadow that drove me to seek help, a help that I would find in the clerk, a help that I would find in my distrust, a help that I would find in my past, a past that had taught me to be wary, a past that had taught me to be cautious, a past that had taught me to be brave, a past that would save me, a past that would protect me, a past that would lead me to an escape that would mark my life, an escape that would haunt me, an escape that would change me, an escape that would become a story of the brown Buick, a story of the shadow, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, A story that is the darkness in my life. A story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. The man's shadow loomed larger as he followed me through the aisles. His footsteps a silent echo behind me. His presence, a weight that pressed on me. A weight that filled me with dread. A weight that filled me with fear. A weight that filled me with terror. A weight that I could no longer ignore. A weight that I could no longer dismiss. A weight that I could no longer endure. A weight that drove me to act. A weight that drove me to speak. A weight that drove me to seek help. A help that I found in the clerk. A help that I found in my distrust. A help that I found in my past. A past that had taught me to be wary. A past that had taught me to be cautious. A past that had taught me to be brave. A past that would save me. A past that would protect me. A past that would lead me to an escape. An escape that would mark my life. An escape that would haunt me. An escape that would change me. An escape that would become a story. A story of the brown Buick. A story of the shadow. A story of the terror. A story that I need to share. A story that I need to tell. A story that I need to face. A story that I need to survive. A story that I need to overcome. A story that I need to escape. A story that I need to understand. A story that is the darkness in my life. A story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. I turned to the clerk, my voice trembling but firm. My words, a plea for safety, a plea for protection, a plea for help, a help that I needed, a help that I deserved, a help that I would find, a help that would save me, a help that would protect me, a help that would lead me to an escape that would mark my life, an escape that would haunt me, an escape that would change me, an escape that would become a story of the brown Buick, a story of the shadow, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. I spotted a payphone in the corner of the store, its faded plastic, a beacon of hope, its presence a lifeline, that I would use, a lifeline that I would cling to, a lifeline that I would need, a lifeline that would save me, a lifeline that would protect me, a lifeline that would lead me to an escape that would mark my life, an escape that would haunt me, an escape that would change me, an escape that would become a story of the brown Buick, a story of the shadow, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. I thought to use the payphone and call my parents collect, so that's what I did, and really loudly said that. So I don't feel safe, and someone's following me. The dude ran out of the store so quickly. After that, my voice a weapon, my voice a shield, my voice a savior that echoed through the store, a savior that echoed through the aisles, a savior that echoed through the man. A man who heard a man who fled, a man who ran, a man who disappeared, a man who left, a man who escaped, a man who would haunt me, a man who would change me, a man who would become a story of the brown Buick, a story of the shadow, A story of the terror. A story that I need to share. A story that I need to tell. A story that I need to face. A story that I need to survive. A story that I need to overcome. A story that I need to escape. A story that I need to understand. A story that is the darkness in my life. A story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. The man's retreat was swift. His footsteps a frantic echo as he fled the store. The bell above the door jingling a chaotic tune, the air inside suddenly lighter. The weight of his presence lifted. The weight of his threat lifted. The weight of his shadow lifted, a weight that had pressed down on me, a weight that had filled me with dread, a weight that had filled me with fear, a weight that had filled me with terror, a weight that was now gone, a weight that was now replaced by relief, a relief that was fleeting, a relief that was fragile, a relief that was overshadowed by a new weight, a weight of what could have been, a weight of what might have happened, a weight of what he might do next, a weight that would haunt me, a weight that would mark my life, a weight that would mark the most terrifying day of all, a weight that would mark the beginning of something new, a weight that would mark the beginning of something dark, a weight that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape, and a weight that would become a story of the brown Buick, a story of the shadow, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. My dad arrived soon after, his face a mask of worry, his voice a storm of anger, his presence a fortress of safety, a fortress that I needed, a fortress that I clung to, a fortress that I trusted, a fortress that would protect me, a fortress that would save me, a fortress that would lead me to a search for the car, a search for the man, a search for the truth, a search that would mark my life, a search that would haunt me, a search that would change me, a search that would become a story of the brown Buick, a story of the shadow, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. We searched for the brown Buick, my dad's determination, a fire that burned bright, his anger, a fire that burned hot, his love, a fire that burned true, a fire that drove him through the streets of Staten Island, a fire that drove him through the neighborhoods, a fire that drove him through the alleys, a fire that drove him to find the car, a fire that drove him to find the man, a fire that drove him to find the truth, a truth that we would never find, a truth that we would never know, a truth that we would never understand, a truth that would haunt me, a truth that would mark my life, a truth that would mark the most terrifying day of all, a truth that would mark the beginning of something new, a truth that would mark the beginning of something dark, a truth that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape, a truth that would become a story of the brown Buick, a story of the shadow, a story of the terror, a story that I need to share, a story that I need to tell, a story that I need to face, a story that I need to survive, a story that I need to overcome, a story that I need to escape, a story that I need to understand, a story that is the darkness in my life, a story that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. My dad picked me up and he spent the rest of the day looking for this car. And I didn't get the license plate, so we never found him. But I think about this a lot because it's not like he gave up after that. 2, I'm sure that he must have found a victim eventually. And to me, that's perhaps the most heartbreaking thing about this, is that I couldn't stop at the search. A failure. The license plate. A mystery, the man, a mystery that deepened the fear. A mystery that deepened the dread. A mystery that deepened the terror. A mystery that confirmed the presence. A mystery that confirmed the unknown. A mystery that confirmed the unseen. A mystery that would haunt me. A mystery that would mark my life. A mystery that would mark the most terrifying day of all. A mystery that would mark the beginning of something new. A mystery that would mark the beginning of something dark. A mystery that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. A mystery that would lead to a reflection. A reflection that would haunt me. A reflection that would mark my life. A reflection that would mark the most raffing of all. A reflection that would mark the beginning of something new. A reflection that would mark the beginning of something dark. A reflection that would mark the beginning of something I can't escape. A reflection that is the most heartbreaking thing about this. A reflection that is the brown Buick in Staten Island. Thank you for listening till the end. Tomas, if you hear a knock at 3 a.m. tonight, don't answer it. Maybe the next story is coming. Symbiotes for you. See you the same in your next nightmare.